ready to go.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is April the 27th, 2020. I have an opening statement that I'd like to read, and then we'll get into the business of today. Good morning, members of council. In order to assure adequate physical distancing, all members of council and staff will be participating remotely. For those viewing the web stream today, I can confirm that only I, the Deputy Mayor, City Clerk, Deputy Clerk, and a member of IT are in the council chamber. The clerk has muted all microphones. In order to speak, please advise the clerk via the WebEx chat function, and I will recognize you by name, and the clerk will unmute your microphone. As a reminder, although WebEx has a raise the hand feature, we will not be using it for this meeting. Today's agenda contains two distinct parts. The first part is our regular business, which should have been conducted on March 23rd. This includes the standing committee reports, which have already been discussed at the standing committee meetings, and the discussions are to be ratified, or the decisions are to be ratified by council. Any of these reports pulled off the consent agenda will be subject to the rules of procedure regarding time limits at council meetings. That is, you will only be permitted to speak to the item once and up for 5 minutes only. The other part of the committee of the report, whole reports, these reports contain new business which have not been dealt with by a standing committee. Any of these reports pulled off the consent agenda will be dealt with by council in committee of the whole. Prior to dealing with these reports, I will ask for a motion to proceed into the committee of the whole. Once we are in the committee of the whole, the rules of debate will be the same as the rules of the standing committee meeting, and that falls under section 25.3, rules of debate, committee meetings. If you have a motion, it must be submitted in writing and sent to the clerk and deputy clerk to the respectful email address in order for it to be displayed in our meeting. Please do not type in the chat function, as it cannot be displayed from here. To ensure transparency surrounding the voting taking process, I will ask the clerk for a recorded vote on each decision today. I will ask everyone for their patience as we continue to work with this new technology and trust that we will treat each other fairly and with respect. Madam Clerk, would you please confirm the attendance of all members of council for the record, please?
Carter, I can confirm that all members of council are in attendance.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We start this meeting off with a recognition of our Indigenous lands. The city of Oshawa is situated on treaty land that is steep in rich Indigenous history and is the present-day home of many First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. Today, we acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional territories of the Mississauga of Scugog Island First Nation. Members of council and staff, I would ask that we take a moment to reflect upon the tragedy that happened in Nova Scotia. I ask for us to take a moment to reflect. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'll go to members of council if they have announcements they would like to share with the audience this morning.
I'd like to make an announcement. Thanks. Councillor Neal.
Councillor Neal, good morning. Please proceed.
Good morning. I'd just like to recognize that General Motors of Canada has agreed to allow some operation to commence shortly in regards to manufacturing PPE, which is desperately needed locally, nationally, and internationally. And I'd like to send out my appreciation to all those that lobbied for this effort, all levels of government, all groups that were there to get this put in place. And I appreciate letting me speak on that, and I hope that this facility is up and running soon so we can contribute to getting this COVID-19 addressed and everything gets back to normal soon. So I'm really happy about this being done, and I know Oshawa has always been a big contributor when it came to any kind of crisis internationally or throughout the world. It's always contributed, so it's only natural that something like this would be put in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Neal. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, I just have a minute as well.
Yeah, so I'll recognize Councillor Marin Pietri first, please. Councillor Marin Pietri, you have the floor.
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you allowing me to speak. I know the meeting is likely going to be a long meeting, so I won't take too long, but I just wanted to make sure that we acknowledged the efforts being made by frontline workers in every sector, as we've experienced, obviously, a really trying and unprecedented, global circumstance, but locally, we've got a lot of people that have been contributing at a high level and within their neighborhoods in healthcare environments throughout the community, whether they be delivering things, working in grocery stores, or cleaning environments that are healthcare related, and our healthcare workers in particular. But we've got at the city and at the region workers who have continued to operate and provide us the services that that we're obviously fortunate for, be they water services or permits being provided to folks who are continuing to operate, or healthcare workers in our homes for the aged. Our hats go off to them. And on that note, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank you for your leadership and for the involvement of each and every single council member, whether they be helping those in need or providing counsel to residents who would appreciate information and essentially just overall being very supportive. On a personal level, I want to thank the CLT and council for reaching out to my family. As many know, we have a family member that had a pretty serious surgery the last number of weeks, and everyone on council, the CLT, and throughout the community have been really very, very close to us, and I appreciate that. But overall, Mr. Mayor, I think it's to be recognized that the work that's being done at all levels is appreciated, but locally, especially with your leadership and that of the CLT, I think it's helped Oshawa really be a leader in its ability to be able to provide service under these conditions. So I want to thank you very much sincerely.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Marin Pietri. I'll get to you in a moment, Councillor Kerr. I'm going to go to Councillor Gray that has an announcement. Good morning, Councillor Gray.
Thank you very much, Mayor and members of council. Just one little ray of sunshine in all this COVID-19 darkness. Two little businesses on Farewell, just north of Colonel Sam Drive. Things were looking pretty bad for them. They put their heads together and they've created a face guard. And they've been selling these across Ontario up to Thunder Bay, out in Peel region. And it's a great innovative little mask, and it's keeping people working in Oshawa. And so when we think of all the bad news coming out of COVID-19, here's two individuals that came up with an idea and are running with it. And so now between General Motors with the face masks and now these face shields, we're doing our part to contribute to the PPE here in Ontario. So just a little bit of good news. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. It is great news, and they've had some success, so it's great to be able to see. Councillor Kirk, good morning. You have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Are you able to hear me all right?
I can. Thank you, sir.
Okay. You know, we always hear in the news about our frontline workers, and they get a lot of press, justifiably so. They're putting their lives on the line, and they're doing terrific work for our community. What my announcement about this morning are the unsung heroes. And what I mean by that is those organizations within our community and specifically working in our downtown core who are providing food and clothing and services to those residents who are unsheltered and who are perilously housed. And I hope I don't miss anybody, but we really do need to give a tip of the hat to the Backdoor Mission, the Life Network, Gate 316, First Light Foundation Church, the Salvation Army, Welcoming Streets, our PCOP program, and Feed the Need Durham. My apologies if I missed somebody, but these people are frequently going 7 days a week, providing food and in some cases shelter and also clothing to those who need it. And I think they are to be commended and kept in our thoughts and prayers that they stay safe and they continue to provide these services. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr, and I have to agree that those organizations, along with many volunteers in our community, have done an extraordinary job. Madam Clerk, do we have any other announcements by members of council that you've been notified about? Okay. Seeing that there is no other members willing to make an announcement, I'll move on to our first item of business in today's council meeting, which is additional agenda items. I'll turn to Councillor Chapman. Sir, good morning. I understand that you have a motion to add 3 pieces of correspondence. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct. Good morning, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that the following items be added to the agenda for the council meeting of April 27, 2020, and referred to the relevant reports. First, CNCL-20-30 from Durham Dignity for the Homeless, in opposition to Part 2 of the recommendation contained in Item 2CS 2022. Second, CNCL 20-31 from Heritage Oshawa and various residents in opposition to the recommendation contained in Item DS-20-58. And lastly, CNCL-20-32 from Waynewood concerning report CNCL-20-20.
So the items have been added to the agenda and referred to each appropriate report. It's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, I need a vote on the additional items and the action that has taken place. When you're ready, please, Madam Clerk.
Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor First?
Yes, and I can barely hear you, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Kerr?
Yes.
Councilor Pietri?
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Marks?
Yes.
McConkey?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Councilor Nicholson?
Yes.
Carter?
Yes. That's 11 affirmative. That passes. Madam Clerk, on to our next item to deal with is the declarations of pecuniary interest. I'll go to members of the council first. I believe that Councilor Pietri has a declaration of pecuniary interest. Is that correct? Could we go to Councilor Pietri?
Yes, good morning.
Go ahead, Councilor Pietri.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If you just bear with me, I'm just going to read. There are a number pertaining to minutes as well as during previous committee meetings and this current agenda. And it begins with CNCL 2025, which the declarations that my spouse owns and operates a business contributing to the BIA's levies. Declaration on DS 2032, in that be that the same declaration my spouse owns and operates a business contributing to the BIA levies. The declaration on DS 2043, my family purchased, owns property and resides in the outlined area. Declaration on CNCL 2010 is that my spouse owns and operates a business contributing to the BIA levies. And declaration on CS 2025 is that my spouse owns and operates business contributing to the BIA levies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Neal, you have some declarations you need to be noted at this time, sir. So please go ahead.
CS 2020, I'll make a declaration on the Oshawa Senior Citizens Community Centers. There's two of them on there, the John Street and the Dale Park homes. That if you could probably be separated, it'd be the best. As I am a board of director on the Oshawa Senior Citizens Community Centers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Hurst, I understand that you have a declaration of pecuniary interest you'd like to note. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Please go ahead.
I hereby declare I have a deemed pecuniary interest in item DS-20-50 because a family member is an employee of the tenant.
Okay. Okay, so Madam Clerk, I have a few. Madam Clerk, I make a declaration of pecuniary interest on CL 20-17, Welcoming Streets Initiative. My wife works for Caria Community Health Center, and I'm also a member of the BIA. My second is CL 20-25, BIA letter of support. I am not only a member of the BIA, but own property in the downtown core and also pay the BIA levies. Also, CS 20-25, proposed pilot project, sidewalk snow clearing in high pedestrian traffic areas and parts of the downtown. This would reflect directly as a benefit to the BIA as a member and as a business owner in the downtown. I make this declaration of pecuniary interest at this time. So if you would take those into consideration, Madam Clerk, I'd greatly appreciate it. Just give us a moment, please. So I'm going to move on to correspondence requiring action, CNCL 2025 and CNCL 2027. I'm going to turn to Deputy Mayor Chapman. Do you have, could you refer these to staff, please, for a report?
Mr. Mayor, I can do that for you if you wish.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak to CNCL 25.
Just a moment, please. We're dealing.
With correspondence requiring action first, it's the correspondence from the BIA. When you have a declaration.
Okay, just hold on a second, please. These two items are first in the agenda. There's the agenda. Aren't we here?
Mr. Mayor, if you're looking for a referral on CNCL 2026 Durham Radio, CNCL 2027 Airport Oshawa, I'm being prepared to make that referral.
Okay, I have to take a step back. I was a page ahead of myself, so my apologies. We are on CNCL 2025. I need to pass the chair to Deputy Mayor Chapman to come into play to take over.
Great, thank you, Your Worship. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have the chair now. We're on CNCL-20-25, Downtown Oshawa Business Improvement Area seeking Oshawa City Council support. Request from the Durham BIAs to Regional Council for Financial Assistance. Councillor Kerr, I understand you have a motion on this matter.
I do, Deputy Mayor Chapman, and I believe the motion was sent to clerks. I'm not sure how we can display this for councillors to read. I suppose I could read it from what I have in front of me. How would you like to proceed?
Okay, just hold on a minute. I think the clerks can put it up, right?
Yes, we're going to try and put it up. Just give us a moment.
Okay, but just give us a moment. The clerks can put it up on your screen, and then I'll have you read it, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you. Can you hear me now, Chair Chapman?
Yep.
Okay, moved by myself, Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Giberson. Whereas the Downtown Oshawa BIA has submitted a letter requesting that Oshawa Council support their request on behalf of all Durham BIAs for a grant from the Region of Durham in the amount equal to 25% or one fiscal quarter of their 2020 budgeted monies. And whereas under normal circumstances, these funds come from a BIA tax levy charged to their members and collected on behalf of the Oshawa Downtown BIA by the City of Oshawa. And whereas if the request to the Region of Durham is successful as a grant, then it would only be fair that the BI tax levy paid by the members of the Downtown Oshawa BIA be reduced by an amount equal to the amount of the monies the Downtown Oshawa BIA receives through a grant. Therefore, be it resolved that Council of the City of Oshawa supports the Downtown Oshawa BIA grant request from the Region of Durham, and if this grant is approved, then the Council of the City of Oshawa reconsider bylaw 23-2020 regarding the BIA tax levy with a view to reduce the BIA tax levy collected from Downtown Oshawa BIA members by an amount equal to the monies received by the Downtown BIA through the regional grant.
Okay, you want to speak to it?
Very briefly, I think it's self-explanatory, but the BIA members' businesses in the region amount to about 20,000 employees. The ask that the BIA is looking for is something in the neighborhood of $350,000 to be apportioned proportionately to each of the BIAs. And the idea is that these BIAs need to have a startup program to jumpstart the economies in their respective downtowns. And they need to work with the member BIA businesses to do that. So the purpose of this in these trying economic times is to ease the burden on the BIA members in their respective BIAs throughout the region so that they can accommodate the economic burden placed on them by the closures from the province in these pandemic times. The idea would be then that while the financial relief is passed on to the BIA member businesses, the monies would still be directed to their respective BIAs so that they can carry on their work and be in a position to help jumpstart the downtown economies when, I'd say not if, when the closures are lifted and we can get back to business as usual in our respective downtowns. That is the essence. The BI levies start June 1st. So this first quarter would cover the period of June, July, and August. And by that time, it is sincerely hoped that the closures will be lifted and businesses may get back to restarting our respective downtown economies. I ask for the support of council on this because I have a motion coming forward to regional council Wednesday, which essentially is the ask by all of the BIAs of the region. The support of this council going forward to bring about that successful resolution. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, Deputy Mayor.
Great. Councillor Giberson is the seconder. Did you wish to speak? Can you unmute him there, Madam Clerk?
Yeah, just very briefly. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Not much to add to what Councillor Kerr has already said. I think that he summed it up just fine. I think that it's really important to keep the BIA organization as an entity in a financially viable position while providing some relief to the members themselves. That position means exceptional job of right now. I'm on the email list that they're sending out daily, connecting members with the various support programs and government announcements from various levels of government. They're doing everything that they can to maintain business continuity and to keep them in a strong position helps them to support their members during this time and support their members as we move into post-pandemic. So I can't urge our regional colleagues strongly enough to please consider supporting this at the region when it comes forward, not only for our downtown, but for the other BIAs in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I have Councillor Nicholson on the speaker list. If you could unmute him, please.
Can council hear me clearly?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to put my position very clearly. I will not support this motion. I see it as a transferring of a burden to the taxpayers who are already stressed through this COVID situation. I also believe that the expenditure is totally unnecessary, as the budget of the BIA has increased tremendously this year, and that the vast majority of the budget was aimed for events that were to be held in the downtown, especially during the summer months. These events have now been canceled, and therefore the expenditures are not being expended. I believe that the BIA has more than sufficient funds to look after its needs moving forward to at least the end of August, when the full levies come in. I see no need for the taxpayers of Oshawa to subsidize the downtown board. The board was set up with a process that it was a self-financing organization. It was not using tax levy dollars to support its operation. Therefore, I will not be supporting it at the city. I will support the letter or the motion. And I want to be clear to my colleagues, I will be opposing it at region as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Hurst, I see you on the speakers list. Can you unmute Councillor Hurst, please, Madam Clerk?
Good morning. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Chapman. Basically, I'd like to echo what Councillor Nicholson just said, but I have a couple of concerns which I'd like to highlight in the correspondence that's been provided to us by the Downtown Oshawa BIA. I'd like to highlight the third paragraph about cash flow, and what a couple of highlights in here, that the money budgeted for 2020 has already been allocated and spent. And as Councillor Nicholson has already said, is that a lot of these downtown events have been canceled for this year, and heaven only knows when we're going to get back to this. And as much as I appreciate our downtown businesses and the work done to date by the BIA, I think everybody has to take a step back, and everybody's going to be really looking at their books no more so than our downtown businesses. And I think this is, I can't support this going forward, and I think the whole essence of the BIA in these troubling times, I think we're going to have to take a further look. So I don't know if staff has anything that they can add to this. Mr. Benham's online, if there's anything else that he could add, being an economic development for the city.
Do you have a specific question for him?
Okay, my specific question is, with respect to the continuing operations of the BIA with respect to the restrictions placed on it for events due to the current COVID-19, then what is the long view of the BIA going forward until, basically till the end of this year? Because as we all know, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what restrictions are going to be lifted and the absolute rollout. I think the prudent view is that if we get back to some degree of normalcy by Labor Day weekend, everybody will be happy about that. But of course, this is all science-based, and we have to take direction from the top down, basically for the province, as to how we're going to continue doing business. And that relates to public events as well as the operations of businesses at every shape and size, whether essential or not essential. So that's my question. What can Mr. Benham add to this?
Madam Clerk, can you unmute his microphone, please? Mr. Benham? Yep. Are you there? Is he there? Mr. Benham?
I believe Commissioner Monroe.
Yeah. I'm in the office with him, but Mr. Benham is not present.
Okay. Can you answer that question, Commissioner?
Could you repeat the question, please?
wants to know where the BIA is going to stand with events, considering the COVID-19, where they're going to be at the end of the year financially. I think that sort of sums it up, does it, Councillor Hurst?
Yeah, that's it. Like in light of the current situation and then being the devil's advocate on all this, as you, Commissioner, I think the BIA, like everybody else, has to take a good hard look at its financial outlook.
I believe that it's accurate to say that festivals and events are a large portion of the BIA's activities, and that would account for a large portion of their budget. I don't know what that amount is. I think that there are certain events that likely will not occur as a result of the provincial notice or order with respect to large gatherings.
Okay. Councillor Hurst, does that help you out?
Oh, yeah, that's pretty much what I thought, but and I don't know who can answer this for me, but I don't think we have a representative from the BIA with us today. But my concern is when I see a line that says money budgeted for 2020 has already been allocated and spent, that's raising a flag to me. So I've got some grave concerns about the financial viability of all this at this point in time. And as Councillor Nicholson said earlier, you know, articulated about going hand in hand to the region looking for more money, I think this is pretty ambitious. So there's just a lot of flags on this one, if I may say. And if someone could address the current financial status of BIA, and I'd like some clarification on that line, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to close it.
Hold on. Commissioners, Finance, Commissioner Senate, can you answer any of those questions?
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Chapman. I don't have a specific update from the BIA with respect to their current financial position, but to address Councillor Hurst's comments, their budget does come in a format that they allocate their dollars to very specific events. So the allocation really isn't important here because it's just a way of how they detail their budget. But I might suggest, and this is where we would need clarification from the BIA, if they've done any preliminary planning for which they've had to make a cash outlay, that's what they might have spent. But I wouldn't suggest in any way that they have spent their entire allocation for any of their events so far.
Great. Thank you very much. I see Councillor McConkey would like to speak. Could you unmute her, please, Madam Clerk? Councillor McConkey?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'll be supporting the requests of the BIAs. It's not just the Oshawa BIA, but the letter includes the downtown Ajax BIA, Village of Newcastle, Orono, Port Perry, Whitby. They've gotten together, and I think the letter pretty much spells it out that businesses are suffering, and there's going to have to be some major work come into play to attract people into the downtowns. So asking the region to come forward for their municipalities, member municipalities, I think is a very smart move. And I'll be definitely supporting this thing.
Thank you. I see Councillor Giverson, you've asked to speak, but you've already spoken, so you only get to speak once. Councillor Kerr, you want to close?
Thank you. I do, Chair Chapman. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Well, first of all, it's a bit of a pity that we don't have the executive director of the BIA to respond to the...
Not yet. No.
Sorry. Sorry, what?
Go ahead, Councillor Kerr.
I'm sorry. I just thought...
No, go ahead. Go ahead. All somebody needs their microphone muted, that's all.
Are we good?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So as I say, it's appears the executive director of the BIA isn't available to comment here, but do that as it may. There are two important points I think that need to be discussed on both, why I believe this is a good thing to do. First of all, the money, if granted by the region, would absolve the BIA members of their first quarter levy amounts. The relief would be going to the BIA members. That's the first point. What it does is therefore enable the respective BIAs to plan new events to replace those which regrettably may have had to have been either postponed or canceled depending if they're time sensitive. And the idea is that there will be new events coming forward to help jumpstart the economies when the lockdown and the closures have been lifted. In order to prepare for that time, the BIAs, respective BIAs, need to keep working, need to put their collective heads together to come up with replacement events that will help to jumpstart the economies. So the money indirectly is sure is for the BIA to enable them to keep going, but the financial relief is for the BIA members. So it's a two-part aspect to this ask, and that's why I think it's a good thing to support. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, please take the vote. Madam Clerk, please take the vote. Sorry.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst? No. Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Gentry has a declaration. Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Carter has a declaration. Councillor Chapman?
Yes. So that's 6 affirmative, 3 negative. That carries. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you can have the chair back.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, for taking us through that. Councillor Chapman, I understand that you have a motion to adopt all items on the public consent agenda. Is that correct, sir?
Thank you. Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giberson, that all items listed under the heading of public consent agenda for April 27, 2020, council may be adopted as recommended. And I will pull CS-20-25 and CNCL-20-17 to recognize your conflicts, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. So we're going to go alphabetically. But Councillor Giberson, I believe your mic is unmuted. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Just one. Fin 20-18.
Fin -20-18, is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll move to Councillor Gray would be next. And again, ask for your patience and just slowly, please. Councillor Gray, you have the floor. Your polls, please, sir.
Okay, let me just flip to my page here. The living bylaw. So I'm just looking for my the living bylaw, and that's not seeing it here. Pardon me. Yep. I thought I had marked it off here. It's funny, when you look for something, you don't see it. I apologize to members of council.
That's okay.
It was regards to the CNCL 2020 and bylaw 39-2020.
39. CL
2020. Vision.
CL.
And the other item has been pulled already, so I'll just speak at the appropriate time.
Okay. And also the bylaw, I presume that went with that, right? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. I'll move to Councillor Hurst. Again, slowly, please. My apologies, but new way of doing things, it's hard. So, Councillor Hurst.
Nothing additional to be pulled, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. I'll move to Councillor Kerr next. And again, ask for you to do it slowly as soon as your mic is unmuted. Yes. And go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Am I online? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Would you kindly pull Corp 20-13? Like the titles or just the numbers?
If you don't mind the titles, that would help too, sir.
Okay. The proposed amendment to the responsible pet owners bylaw concerning the tethering of dogs. That's
okay. Yes, sir.
Second one is Corp 20-14, improperly placed bird feeders and maintenance standards.
Okay.
The next one is Corp 20-15, proposed amendments to the responsible pet owners bylaw 14-2010 as amended. And that's to do primarily with feral cats.
Okay, so that was Corp 20-10 and the bylaw 36-2020. Is that correct, sir?
Sorry, no, it's 20-15.
Yes, sir.
With respect to bylaw 14-2010.
Okay, got it. Thank you, sir. My apologies.
My last one is DS 20-58 Heritage Oshawa process notice to property owners.
Okay, thank you. Is that all your polls, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I'll move over to Councillor Marin Pietri. Again, sir, if slowly, I'd appreciate it. Go ahead, Councillor Marin Pietri.
Am I online?
You are now, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, just on top of the items that I'd like to pull, just wondering if referrals have been made for CNCL 2026 and CNCL 2027 to Development Services for a report.
My understanding, Councillor Marin Pietri, it is on the consent agenda, so they would automatically, if they're not pulled, they'd be automatically referred to staff, sir.
Okay. So in that case, Mr. Mayor, I have, I believe, 2 items to pull.
Yes, sir.
CS 2027 always stop at Aberdeen Street and Masson Street.
Yes, sir. The Trust Heritage Award, is that correct?
Yes. And further to that, within the closed meeting portion, CNCL 2022.
Okay, we're not there yet, but I will come back to you when we get into that portion of the agenda, if that's okay, sir.
Certainly, and just to advise further, I do have one notice of motion at the appropriate time to submit through the meeting prop.
Okay, we're on the consent agenda right now, so yeah, we'll deal with everything a little bit later. So I'm going to move on. So next would be Councillor Marks. Good morning, Councillor Marks.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any polls, sir?
The poll that I was going to pull has been pulled by Councillor Kirk, and you put me on the speaking list for Corp 2014, please.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just reminding us.
Just properly placed bird feeders and maintenance standards.
Yeah, I'm going to try and just, if I start adding names, it might get a little difficult. And I'm just going to ask you to put your request in if you don't mind, please.
I'm at your will, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marks. I greatly appreciate it. Say good morning to Councillor McConkey. Good morning.
Good morning. I have two polls on community services, CS 2021, the subsidized tree planting program, and CS 2022, the outstanding.
Okay, so CS 2021, the tree planting program, and CS 2022, the Community Services Committee Outstanding Items Report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
And then, yes, the Corporate Services Committee Outstanding Items List, Corp 2008.
Okay. Corp 20-08, Corporate Services Outstanding List. Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm looking, maybe the clerk can help me, the security agreement with the G4S. Could be Corp. See it
That
there.
would be FIN 2022.
Oh, thank you. That's why I'm mistaken. I'd like to fill in, 2022.
Okay.
And DS 2051, Development Services Outstanding Items Status Report.
Okay.
So actually, and the Corporate Services Outstanding Item, I've got the 3 outstanding items, so I'm sorry to confuse you.
I've got corporate 20-08, which is the Corporate Services Outstanding Item. I've got you down for that.
And
I've got you DS 2051 yes. For your development services. I've got you for that also.
Thank you. And I believe that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gill.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, CS 2020 due to my declaration.
Councillor Neal's CS 2020, the Public Arts Master Plan. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, as I have the OSCC item, 2 items on there that probably has to be separated. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to Councillor Nicholson and say good morning. Councillor Nicholson, when your microphone is unmuted, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. CS 2023 Rotary Pool.
Yes, sir.
DS 2045 City of Oshawa comments to the provincial government regarding cannabis.
DS 20-45. Yes, sir.
And one more. CNCL 2028 and CNCL 2029. I have a joint comment on both. This is the infrastructure, Highway Road North.
Okay, so CNCL 2028 and CNCL 2029.
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
That's all at this time.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'm just... Councillor, I didn't... Go ahead, sir.
I didn't pull DS-20-50, which needs to be pulled to honor Councillor Hurst's declaration.
I'm sorry, which one's, Councillor?
DS-20-50, the proposed lease extension for a city-owned facility. Councillor Hurst made a declaration on that. So we need to vote on that separate.
It's on the closed agenda.
It's on the consent agenda, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. It's closed, yeah. I missed that. Okay, we'll do it.
We'll come back to that. Okay. All right.
Pull any others for any declarations? All been pulled.
They've been noted, Madam Clerk, so I would presume that, and everybody's got their declaration forms in, so we'll have to rely on that also, please. So on the remainder, we'll take the vote, and the clerk will do a recorded vote when you're ready, please.
Would you like to recap what's been pulled?
Sure, I'll do that. So I'll start on the first page, which is CS 2020. My understanding is that's been pulled by Councillor Neal because of a declaration, which is the Public Arts Master Plan. So that was pulled by Councillor Neal.
Yes.
Councillor McConkie pulled CS-2021 Tree Planting Program. Councillor McConkie also pulled CS 2022 Community Services Outstanding Items and Status Report. CS 2023 Rotary Pool 2020 Pool Season pulled by Councillor Nicholson. CS 2025, which is the proposed pilot project sidewalk snow clearing in high pedestrian traffic areas in downtown, was pulled by Councillor Chapman to be able to honor myself and Councillor Mayor Pietri's declaration of pecuniary interest. CS 20-27, all stop at Aberdeen Street and Masson Street. That was pulled by Councillor Mayor Pietri. Moving to the second page, which is Corp 20-13, proposed amendment to the responsible pet owners bylaw concerning the tethering of dogs. That was pulled by Councillor Kerr. Corp 20-14, improperly placing bird feeders in maintenance standards. This was pulled by Councillor Kerr. Corp-20-15, propose amendments to the Responsible Pet Owners Bylaw 14-2010 as amended, pulled by Councillor Kerr. Corp 20-08, Corporate Services Committee, outstanding items list, first quarter 2020, pulled by Councillor McConaughey. Moving on to Development Services, ES 20-55, nomination for the National Trust Heritage Award, pulled by Councillor Mayor Pietri. DS 2045, the City of Oshawa comments on the provincial government's concern concerning cannabis consumption establishments and cannabis special occasional permits, pulled by Councillor Nicholson. DS 20-51, Development Services Committee outstanding status report, first quarter 2020, pulled by Councillor McConaughey. DS 20-58, Heritage Oshawa process notice to property owners, that was pulled by Councillor Kerr. Moving on to the third page, FIN-2018, Councillor Expense Policy, pulled by Councillor Giberson. FIN-2022, Request for Proposal C2018-105, Corporate Security Services Contract Renewal, pulled by Councillor McConaughey. CNCL-2017, Recommended Extension of the Welcoming Streets Initiative Status Report, pulled by Councillor Chapman. CNCL-2020 and the bylaw 39-2020, the 2020 final tax bill report, pulled by Councillor Gray. Sidewalk reconstruction, Harmony Road north from Roslyn Road, east to Taunton Road East, CNCL 20-28, pulled by Councillor Nicholson. CNCL 20-29, Harmony Road, North Sidewalk, multi-use path from Coldstream Drive to Conlon Road, East, requested for additional funding, pulled by Councillor Nicholson. Those are the ones for this time. And I just got a note that Councillor McConaughey, my understanding is you would also like to add to your polls CNCL-2026. This is a referral in regards to Durham Radio request for rent abatement. So it is a referral, just to let you know. Madam Clerk, did I capture everything that you had?
Yes, Mayor Carter.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the patience by everybody this morning. So let's move or recorded vote on the remainder. So Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConaughey? Councillor McConkey? Councillor McConkey?
That was 3 times.
Councillor McConkey? Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
It's 10 affirmative.
Remember that all these items have been moved and seconded. So I'll move to CNCL-2026, which is Durham Radio Inc. requesting rent abatement for the next 3 months. This is a referral to staff. So we're not supposed to be speaking to a referral, but Councillor McConkey. Councillor McConkey.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I believe I can speak to timing and direction
That is
on the referral.
correct. That's correct. So do you have a time that you would, and a place that you would like this referred to?
The direction would be, as I wrote to the clerk in an email, that the Durham Radio, first of all, be thanked for staying open during the pandemic and complimented for their management not taking salaries. The letter clearly spelled out the struggle they're going through, and that's the direction if we could include in the referral to staff, and if it could be directed to the treasurer.
Yeah, it'll be directed to the Trevor, and that comment will be added, but no more discussion in regards to it.
I put it in writing there on the screen. Can you see it?
I can now.
Yeah, so the treasurer for a COVID-19 impact and municipal finance relief report.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And do you have a seconder on it?
I hope so. It's been difficult trying to get through. I apologize, my line's a little bit erratic this morning.
That's okay. We're being patient today. So, is anyone willing to second this addition to the referral at all?
Carter needs first.
Councillor Hurst. Okay. Councillor has been moved in second, so I'll call for the vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
11 affirmative.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we'll move on. We've got CS 2020. This is being pulled because of a declaration of pecuniary interest for Councillor Neal. So, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, if you'd like to take the vote.
If I could have it separated. Can you unseparate it? Can you separate it?
We can, for voting, we can divide 1, 2, and 3. So you couldn't, if you're trying to cover yourself on 1, then you wouldn't participate in 1, and then I believe you can go to 2 and 3 as when we call the vote for division on voting only.
Well,
I'm sorry, sir?
Sorry, Mayor Carter, we have to vote on CNCL 2026 as amended.
Oh, my apologies.
Okay.
So CNCL 2026, you mean?
Yes.
As amended?
As amended.
Okay, so we passed the amended.
It's unanimous in the amendment.
Yeah. So my apologies. We have to come back to this one. And
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
yes,
That's 11 affirmative.
thank you. So Madam Clerk, we want to move on to CS 2020. The question being is, Councillor Neal would like to know if we can have division on number 1, 2, and 3. I'm presuming that number 1 is all encompassing based upon all of the locations that are listed. And then number 2 and 3 would be separate. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to vote on.
Hold on. Madam Clerk.
I understand Councillor Neal has a declaration on the senior center. We can separate out all the other locations and vote on the seniors separately.
Okay. So he would want to separate OSCC 55 plus John Street. That would be A. I'm going to presume then we would go to OSCC 55 plus Del Park Home Center, which would be his deck on that also, that he wouldn't want to participate in. And those are the only 2, and then 2 and 3. Is that correct? So we would have to take a vote, Madam Clerk, on 1A first, then 1B. Is that correct?
If I may suggest.
Sure.
We vote on 2 seniors locations,
Okay.
John Street and Del Park Home Center first, and then on the remainder.
Okay.
Is that okay?
So yeah, that's beautiful. That's much better. Thank you. When you're ready, Madam Clerk.
So members of council, we're voting on the motion For the locations, the Oshawa Senior Citizen Center, 55 plus John Street, and Del Park Home Center. Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Neal has a declaration. Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
10 affirmative.
On the remaining. Okay. So I'm going to ask the clerk on the remainder of the item, recorded vote, when you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
That's 11 affirmative.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on. So the next item that is being pulled is CS 20-21, tree planting program. This is being pulled by Councillor McConkey. Councillor McConkey, once your mic is unmuted, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a motion to table the subsidized tree planting program CS 2021, seconded by Councillor Neal.
Okay, so it's a tabling motion, no discussion, no debate on it. It's moved and seconded. That's the motion that's on the floor. We'll ask Madam Clerk, when you have a moment, if we could take a vote on that, please.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
3 affirmative, 9 negative.
Okay. Councillor McConkey, still have the floor in regards to this item, 2021.
Thank you very much. I know that we love trees.
Mayor Carter, Councillor Nicholson has a point of order.
Okay, Councillor McConkey, if you could hold just one moment, please. On a point of order being called by Councillor Nicholson, this is in regards to a procedural aspect, so please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and my apologies to Councillor McConkey for interrupting your comments. I'm wondering if some consideration could be given to having the city's recorded vote done similar to it's done at the region. The region is, in order to speed up the process, is simply asking members of the council on recorded votes to indicate if they have a negative vote against the motion, rather than going through all 11 members of council and getting 11 yes votes. If nobody is objecting to the motion and they're all in favor, it speeds up the process. I'm wondering if that could be done here at the city as well.
Councillor Nicholson, I don't really have a problem with that if all members are comfortable with that. I just ask that Councillor Chapman, would you have a problem with that at all, sir? Councillor Giberson, would you have an issue with that, sir?
I'm okay with it. How would we be indicating our no vote?
Just that we would just ask if there was any negative, right? So we would still have to go through.
Is that in, or would we open up all of the microphones and wait to see?
We'd open up all the microphones.
Okay.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Giberson? Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Mayor Carter, I would suggest that each councillor open up their microphone at that point and say they opposed.
Okay.
Otherwise, we open all the microphones.
Okay. All right. Okay. Councillor Gray? Councillor Gray?
I'm good with that process.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Hurst?
Okay.
Councillor Kerr?
I don't agree. I think it's important for people listening in on this meeting to know how each councillor votes. I don't think it takes a great deal more time. It's like a recorded vote anyway, and so I would prefer to have matters just conducted the way they are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Fine with it.
Councillor Marks?
Okay with me.
Councillor McConkey?
I believe the WebEx that we're using for these meetings must have some type of software program that we could do it electronically, like you do when you do your electronic voting at the region, rather than the yea and nay. That's my, and I was going to make that point.
Okay, so yes or no on the suggestion?
I like recorded votes.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Nicholson, you say it's fine. So we've got 2 members of council. Councillor Neal?
I'm okay with it.
All right. So, yeah, I think that's fair. Okay, so we'll try and do it that way, Madam Clerk. So back to Councillor McConkey in regards to item 20-21. And thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor McConkey, you still have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you. I don't know if council members are aware of the cost of the tree compared to through this LEAF program compared to the cost of a city street tree, which is much larger. The city last year, according to our forestry supervisor, sent me an email when I inquired, and I'm just looking for my copy of it. But basically, under the LEAF program, a tree is costing $600, $595, and the city is being asked to pay $330 of that cost, and the future owner of the tree, $200. But the trees that the city buys for the streets from, I guess I better not mention the company name at this point, we're paying $170. I would like to see the financial statements of the company and the business plan, because to me, and especially at this time of year now, I don't think it'll be the right time to be planting until later. And I'm just thinking that it would be suitable to investigate this further. I'd asked a couple of members of staff for more details on the financials of the company. I understand they've been doing this in Ajax, but I never heard any question about, the actual business plan. And when I saw the fact that we are paying only $170 for a tree. Now, mind you, the tree that will come through the LEAF program will be delivered and planted. But more than double, it's just, to me, I would like to have a little bit better understanding of what's going on. So that's the reason I'll vote against this program. And if I could ask, it's always good news to have nice things like this. And the other report that we just voted on and approved, the public art, I was trying to get a question in there, didn't get through to the clerk, but I would like to know when that will be happening, because it's something that I think as council members, it's good to share, that there'll be something to look forward to in the seniors and at the Del Park homes and City Hall. Just at what stage are we at with the program through Community Services Department? If there's a possibility, I could ask that question now. I was trying to ask it earlier before the vote was taken. I don't know, am I still on? I'm having trouble with this connection.
So, yes, we could. To get in touch with you directly. So that's what we'll make sure that that's done, and I'm going to ask staff to follow up with you as soon as possible. Okay.
Thank you. Maybe they can send that to all of council. I think it's good that we're all in the loop. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Any other speakers in regards to item CS 2021, Madam Clerk, not being? Okay, so I'm gonna ask any opposed in regards to this item, and you'll have to unmute yourself if you oppose. So all those opposed? None, so it's carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk, am I correct that we'll be moving on to CS 20-22, which is the Community Services Committee Outstanding Item Status Report? This is also being pulled by Councillor McConkie. It is moved already, so I ask that you turn on Councillor McConkie's mic, please. And Councillor McConkie, you have the floor. Councillor McConkie.
I'm waiting for the mic. Is it on?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Okay,
Please
so
go
I was
ahead.
waiting for the mic there, and I was voting no on the last one. Didn't get that mic, couldn't get it on. Pressing. So here we go. About the report of outstanding items, if it could be divided when we vote on it. And I understand, am I still on?
Yes, please go ahead.
It's kind of ironic, number one and number two. Number one, for some reason, wires got crossed and a project was done when there was just to be a report. But number two, there was a request and it's quite concerning that we would not advise someone in advance that's gone to the trouble to make a delegation and appear and speak to an item that is something that was, I think, worthwhile exploring, and why would it would be suspended, eliminated, removed from the outstanding items at committee. So I will not be supporting number two. I'll be asking for the division. No problem with one, it's already done, and that's why it's being removed. But number two, when a citizen comes to our committee and makes a delegation with great sincerity, and it's voted on to, have a staff report, why would we eliminate that step? Well, I would be interested in knowing a few more details. It may not be the right time with what's going on, but in the future, and a lot of these things on the outstanding list are from a few years. They seem that some things take a little longer to be processed. So that's the reason I'm asking for the division, because I would vote against number two being removed. Thank you.
I'm going to spend a moment with the clerk to clearly understand what items you're talking about, because as I look at the outstanding list from 2022, item one is the Oshawa Fire Services Training Facility. Number two is a notice of motion in regards to garbage collection in the BIA. And that's what I have on my green list from the committee. I just want to check. I've been wrong several times this morning, so it wouldn't surprise me I'm wrong again, but I'm going to double check.
If you look at the report that's on the agenda, Your Worship, it talks about item number 7 on that list, and I'm not sure what item number the other one. That list is itemized 1 to whatever, but the motion that's before us picks out specific items from that list.
Can you unmute, put me on mute, please? Just give me a moment, folks. Okay, so I understand it now. It's on page 4 of our agenda, CS 2022. Number 1 is in regards to CS 1994, the work that was done, I believe, at the library that's already been completed. And then the second item is CS 1980, which is the proposed for a memorial and annual celebration of life for those lost in accidental overdoses. So I see that. Okay, so you're Councilman.
We're on the same page then.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're on the same page. And then there are several other items in that report. So if I could speak to them, there are just 2 others actually. I don't mean to say several and get everyone worried. There is a section there that talks about the traffic bylaw amendment. It's number in the report. It's number 23. There are several in that report, and on the list of 23, it's the traffic bylaw amendment that council look into having a staff is to do a report regarding the wording of the traffic bylaw regarding heavy traffic prohibited on certain city roads, specifically dump trucks. So that motion was made last year, and the completion time is just marked as TBD, to be determined. And I'm hoping with all that's going on in terms of the dump trucks that I have to deal with, and Councillor actually have no heavy truck signage. The fact that the traffic bylaw has a bit of a loophole, it needs to be closed. So I'm hoping that with just asking today if staff could see that that is addressed in a more timely fashion. Greatly appreciate that. And the other is actually on the same kind of problem, dealing with the dust. Again, this is a report requested back in 2018 about dust control related to new development. And same thing, it's to be determined. We are experiencing in several areas where the subdivisions are basically dust bowls when the nice weather's out. You know, neighbors, they can't keep their windows clean. And other municipalities have dust control bylaws. I don't think it will be difficult to find a precedent to just kind of, they say, copy and paste and come up with something, you know, worthwhile for, especially with all the new development that's happening, so people, you know, can live in their homes and be outside and not be suffering from all the dust that's going on there. So those two things are in that report. Those are just mentioning to draw attention to staff for those two things. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that Councillor Councillor Marin Pietri, you wanted to speak to this item that's in front of us, CS 20-22. Is that correct, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak. There was a comment made with respect to heavy truck traffic in a particular ward. I think that's something that's experienced throughout the city. If you consider Councillor Hurst and our ward is undergoing some development as well, but we've got infill development going on throughout the city. And I just want to thank Mr. Saulnier for working with Commissioner Monroe and doing what they're doing to make sure that any of these projects are taken care of in a timely manner when it comes to the appropriate maintenance in and around the area, because it's not just the dust, it's also the fencing and the safety requirements. So community services and development services are working closely together to make sure that there's a comprehensive approach to dealing with not only the heavy truck traffic, but also the maintenance of these developments. So I want to thank them, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak, Mr. Mayor, because I know that this is a consideration and a concern with all neighborhoods throughout the city.
Thank you, Councillor Marin Pietri. Seeing there's no other speakers in regards to this item, we'll be moving on. Oh, my apologies. Sorry. Take a vote on it. Any opposed? Just say no, please.
I asked for division on this. Dividing 1 and 2.
Dividing 1 and 2 in regards to the vote. Okay. So opposed on number 1. Please indicate if you are opposed to number 1, please. You'll have to unmute your microphones. Again, no opposed on number 1. On number 2, any opposed on number 2?
Rosemary McConkey, I'm opposed to number 2.
Thank you. On number 3, any opposed? All right, and on the whole package is done. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. It's been noted. Okay, move on. We're going to move on to CS 20-23. That is Rotary Pool 2020 season. Councillor Nicholson, you pulled this. I'm going to ask the clerk in a moment to Mute you. And then you'll have the floor. Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that this be received for information. If I have a seconder, I'll explain why.
I'll second that.
If it's in order, Mr. Mayor. Do I have the floor?
Carter, the
Needs to be defeated first before a different amendment would come forward. That's the ruling of chair at this time, sir. Is he on? Councillor Nicholson, go ahead.
Is it not correct that when an item is pulled, the motion is simply not on the agenda and any motion can be moved?
No.
So
Madam Clerk, just give me a second, Councillor Nicholson. I'm going to ask the clerk to intervene here. Thank you. Just be patient. Madam Clerk.
agenda are moved as recommended and they're pulled for discussion or defeated. Change the recommendation.
Councillor Nicholson?
I do understand that. The reason I was suggesting receive for information is that the report's been superseded by other events. But when the report came forward, at that point, we were not dealing with the issue of COVID-19. We were looking at a process that the closure of the pool would be for engineering purposes. That might have led to some debate, but it's a moot point at this point now, given the province has ordered all these facilities closed anyway. What I'm concerned about is the perception that we haven't really looked at what alternate transportation methods or opportunities can be brought forward so that the persons that would have used the rotary pool would have appropriate transportation on a timely basis to other city facilities. Obviously, that's not something that's going to happen this summer, but I would hope that our staff would take a long look at some transport, be it a shuttle bus or some operation, to take the participants that would have used the outdoor pool or rotary to other facilities which are further away. The distance from the rotary site to other pools in the city is extremely long, and I think that we need to only major city facility in the downtown. So I think it's a matter of opportunity to have to take a look at it. I just wanted to raise that point. That's my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Right now, it's very difficult to predict the future, and I know that our staff will do everything they possibly can to try and help accommodate those that would like to use a public swimming facility. So we'll have to wait and see about the rollout and opening. It's early days, but thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, is there anyone else that's indicated they'd like to speak to this item? Thank you. Okay. And let's move on. Sorry. Okay. Any opposed in regards to it? Please indicate it by opening up your mic and saying no. Okay. That's dealt with. The CS 2025, this is being pulled to honor Councillor Mayor Pietri and my declaration of pecuniary interest. This was pulled by Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman, a recorded vote on this?
Yeah, just strictly recorded vote, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Yes.
I see that my mic is unmuted. I'm voting yes, but Mary, I think your mic is muted, so we can't hear you.
Councillor Guyberson?
There
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri has a declaration. Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Carter has a declaration. That's 9 affirmative.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're going to be moving on to CS-2027, hallway stop at Aberdeen Street and Masson Street. This is being pulled by Councilor Mayor Pietri, and I understand you have an amendment also with this. When your mic is unmuted, you'll have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My amendment is that we add part 2, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Hurst, that all-way stops on Britannia Avenue be installed at the intersections of Reiki and Stornoway. And furthermore, that speed boards be installed at on Britannia between Simcoe and Ritson Road. That the appropriate signage advising of the new speed and traffic controls be installed according to community services staff.
So, Councillor Mayor Pietri, did you already send that amendment through to our clerks? You did? Yes. Okay, we're just checking to see. If not, could you try and send it again to our clerks, please, sir, right now?
Certainly.
We don't have it right now, and that's the reason why I asked, sir.
Okay, that was sent earlier last night, but I'll resend.
Okay, sir.
I have a question on the amendment, Mr.
Okay, just give me a moment, please. We're trying to deal with the technical aspect first, Councillor Marks, and then we'll get to it.
A point of order, Mr. Mayor?
Just give me a moment, please, and then I'll get to your point of order.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I've sent it in the form of an image. Just for our notes, there may be something wrong with the IT system. I sent an email earlier yesterday evening as well as this morning with respect to my declarations and the motions and any amendments. So I'm not certain where things have gone wrong, but those should be in the possession of clerks.
Madam Clerk? So just, we did receive it. Just hold on a sec. I've got a point of order I've got to address through Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr? Just a moment. We've got to unmute you. Go ahead.
Yes, my point of order is that this item CS 2027 is about an all-way stop at Aberdeen Street and Masson Street only. There isn't a point 1 or a point 2. It's what I certainly have some interest in what Councillor Mayor Pietri has to put forward, but that surely constitutes a different item. and should be dealt with differently. And therefore, the amendment, I believe, might be considered as being out of order.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your point of order. Madam Clerk, please. So this is the amendment that has been put forward by Councillor Marion Pietri. A point of order was brought forward by Councillor Kerr. The chair has stated that I am going to accept this amendment in regards to this.
Mr. Mayor, there is an S missing at that always stops. So there shouldn't be an N. It should be that always stops on Britannia. And furthermore, just after Stornoway, there should be the wording installed.
Says, and furthermore, the speed boards be installed.
So, yeah, I think we got it there.
Yep.
Also, the street is Stornoway, not Stoneway.
Indeed, Stornoway. Reiki and Stornoway.
S-T-O-R-N-N-A-W-A. N-N-A.
Yeah, we got it.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I can find a seconder, I'd like to refer this back to staff to have a look at it and make a report.
Okay.
If I could speak to that after, before that.
But we've got a referral right now in regards to the whole package, so I want to hear if there's a seconder on the referral. Just on the amendment, which is Councillor Gray. Okay, Councillor Gray is seconded. Okay, so referral.
Can I speak to the timing?
To the timing, sir.
And the direction.
Direction, I'm presuming to community services, is that correct?
Yeah. If I could just speak to the direction and timing, I find it unfortunate that this won't be dealt with in a timely manner. It's been months that the direction has been given to community services to deal with the item. It's been left in limbo, and Councillor Hurst and I, as well as the mayor, have experienced a great deal of difficulty in dealing with the item. And I'm quite surprised that it hasn't been embraced with approval as per Aberdeen and Masson. The residents in the area, including many police officers and EMS workers, have reached out to council by way of the mayor, Councillor Hurst and I, and are very concerned that community services haven't dealt with the item in the timely manner that was expected.
Councillor, and I appreciate the comment. So what we'll do is we'll send it to community services. We'll ask for a prompt response back, expedited as quickly as possible on the referral. So I'm going to call the vote on the amendment. It's been moved and seconded. Okay. Any?
Councillor Nicholson has asked for a recorded vote on that.
Yeah,
referral.
then that's good. So we'll start there, Madam Clerk.
This is on the referral.
I'm sorry, just hold on. What did you say, Madam Clerk?
Councillor Giberson has a question on the
In
referral.
regards to the referral? Councillor Giberson, you have a question in regards to the referral?
Yes, that's correct in regards to referral timing.
Okay, the timing I had stated that we're asking staff to get it back as soon as possible.
Is by the next council meeting a feasible timeline?
I would have to ask Commissioner Diskey in regards to that. So let me just hold on. Commissioner Diskey, you're there?
Yes, through you, Chair Carter, staff have already done a lot of preliminary work on this file, and yes, we can put that back for the next Community Services Committee or Council meeting.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Diskey. Councillor Giberson, are you satisfied with that answer, sir?
Yeah, that's all I wanted to hear just in terms of Councillor Mayor Patriot's concern on the timeline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk.
Mr. I just have a further question with respect to timing to Commissioner Diskey.
Well, you just heard Councillor Mayor Pietri that it will come back at the next council meeting, sir.
Yeah, I know. I just need to ask with respect to that, what will come back? That we deny the stop signs on Britannia? Because if that's the case, we can just find that out today. We don't need a report for that. And the timing of another 2-3 weeks to find that out is, I believe, dangerous to the local area.
Okay.
And if that's the case, then it's at the will of council. Right. And I do appreciate that.
So we've got a referral on the floor. So procedurally, that's what I have to deal with. It's been a recorded vote. It's been asked for from Councillor Nicholson. So I'm going to proceed to go to the recorded vote. But I appreciate your comments. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
Referral. Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Absolutely not. No.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
7 affirmative, 4 negative.
Okay, so the referral moves forward to the main motion. Councillor Mayor Pietri, you still have the floor in regards to 2027.
Certainly, I appreciate it. I just have some questions to Commissioner Diskey. What process did the stop sign approval for Aberdeen and Masson go through? How long did that process take place?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll direct the question to Commissioner Diskey. And Commissioner Diskey, when you're ready, I believe your mic is being unmuted. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yeah, through you, Chair Carter. Could I have the question repeated again, please?
How long did the process take to be able to do the analytics on Aberdeen and Masson Street?
Through the chair, I'm not sure how long it took. It was done as quickly as we could. It was a study that showed that I believe the stop signs were not warranted.
Okay, on that note, it's a little frustrating not to have the information available regarding when the process I guess initiated. I'll just go on the basis of my recollection. So the process was submitted by residents and the councillors of the ward. Is that correct? And it was studied by staff, denied by way of committee, and committee overturned that denial to support the community's interest. Is that correct? It was superseded by the committee and council, I guess, by way of this vote, if it passes. I'm asking Commissioner Diskey.
Yeah, Commissioner Diskey, I'm just wondering. Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor Pietri. Commissioner Diskey, to the question, did it come to committee as a recommendation not to proceed forward?
Through the chair, I believe that's correct. I'm not 100% sure, but we do quite a few of these, but I believe that was the process, yes.
Okay, and council made a decision to overturn that recommendation and to move forward to install the sign. Is that correct, Commissioner?
I believe there was Through the chair, I believe there was a motion brought forward to put a stop sign in that location, even though it wasn't warranted.
Okay. And now it's in front of council to either approve or deny it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Councilor Marapietri?
Yeah. So how much would the process of studying the approval or disapproval or the validity or the criteria that would be required to install a sign involve? What would the cost be? Would it be staff time? Would it be consultants?
Okay.
And if it is staff time, what are we talking here? How long does it take?
Okay, so Commissioner, I don't know if you heard the question, but do we know what a cost of undertaking a study like this would take? And was it staff time also taken into consideration? And you know how much time that was, sir?
Through the chair, I'm not sure on the cost, but it would have been done internally by staff, and it would have been done through using some of the apparatus or we have to record traffic volume and the number of vehicles going through those intersections. It's not an onerous process.
Okay, so Councilor Marapietri, did you hear the answer, sir?
Yeah. Just wondering what the cost of a stop sign would be.
Commissioner, do you know what the cost of the stop sign would be? You know what the estimate would be, sir?
I can't give you an accurate number. There's the sign, there's the post, there's the installation, there's the locates.
Right.
You know, it's not substantial. We put in a number of different signs every year through our operational budget.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Marapietri?
Yeah, the reason why, and I appreciate the answers. It's unfortunate we don't have the numbers, but I'll just speak to it. I'm finding that more and more, Mr. Mayor, through you, items are coming forward to council by way of either committee or by notices of motion or by requests from local residents in that we install or facilitate traffic and speed reduction measures. I find that in probably 99% of the cases, they're denied by staff after having been studied to death and delayed in terms of their response in the community's eyes. Anyways, I know that we have processes, and respectfully to staff, they follow them and they have guidelines. But I think we're going to have to start figuring out a way to deal with this in a different manner. I don't know if the guidelines are exactly up to date or meet what our community's expectations are. And if you want to set expectations aside or what the guidelines update provisions are, I think the reality is that things have changed quite a bit on our local streets. And it's becoming more and more difficult for local and regional councillors to deal with matters because our resources are limited, but it becomes even more onerous when the process doesn't allow us to provide for residents in a timely manner. I'll give you Mary Street for an example. It took months. We've got Britannia in the same envelope, and I know that Aberdeen and Masson likely took the same amount of time to my recollection. I think in that time, someone could argue, well, we're going through a process, but I would argue on behalf of residents, if we don't find a way to expedite the process and make it easier for councillors to provide for residents, then I think the process needs to be changed because I don't believe that safety waits for anyone. We've got a problem on our local roads. If we don't think so, it's because we haven't heard or recognized it, and that's a separate issue. But I know that each and every single council member around the table, including you, Mr. Mayor, understands the need to ensure that safety measures, our safety measures, and I think that it's important that we recognize that timeliness, because I think in these times, if you take a look at how many individuals have been isolated at home and the kind of feedback we're getting with respect to community improvements, I think it's vital that we take note of the community's voice and make sure that it doesn't just become a process in which we're pushing paper around or referring to items as being, noted by way of the guidelines. But we have to start figuring out a way to give the benefit of the doubt to the local neighborhoods and to the councillors who are looking to make these improvements for these neighborhoods. I'm disappointed that item 2 wasn't attached to this, because I believe it's the same, one and the same. We're looking to make sure that stop signs are installed, and I do believe that in this case, just as any other case, that we voted to make sure that these stop signs or speed boards or traffic mitigating measures are implemented or installed, were approved by council. I think the same process was taken, and I think the same outcome was met. And I think in this case, we're having to do the exact same thing each and every single time, or at least 99% of the times.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on to the speakers list. We've got quite a list on this item, but I can say that there are a matrix that we do follow with data that is based upon the highway traffic regulations, and I think that that's the starting point. But the point being is that council always has the opportunity to make a recommendation, and if it's supported by council, we can move forward. So I'll move on. Councillor Gray, good morning, sir.
This motion, when it came forward to committee, I just feel that, the traffic patterns, when people turn off Simcoe Street onto Aberdeen, there's already several stopping points. We're going to add another stopping point, and we also have to keep in mind we've got that delicate balancing act of trying to keep neighborhoods happy, but not putting in so many stop signs along the way that it just becomes frustrating for drivers as well. Obviously, the real solution is, people being conscientious in neighborhoods and not speeding. But I also want to comment on the fact that when you take one intersection, here we have a recommendation that did come out of committee, and then we try and tack on others. I think that's a very, very bad precedent to set. Each one has to be considered on its own merits, and I also understand the politicalness of some of these decisions, where sometimes they're not justified, the stop signs, but yet council still makes that decision. And I can certainly remember saying no on some cases, and I've certainly said yes in others where I did feel that, long stretches of road need to be broken up just by a stop sign. It can cause problems with, people squealing their wheels after they leave a stop. But we also, try and keep that balance. And I think, Good Roads has been very vocal on this, because you go into some communities, it's like a stop sign every block. It's frustrating for the drivers. They get frustrated and they manifest it in hard acceleration out of those stop locations. So I think it's always got to be considered on its own merits. And council, if you decide to put this stop sign in, that's fine. I won't be adding my voice to supporting that stop sign. But I just think, please just keep each consideration a separate item. Don't try and jam them in on, we've got a stop sign coming up here. Well, let's just add another intersection. I believe we've always got to take it separately. That's all I have to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. Greatly appreciate it. I'm going to move on. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I haven't been around a few years. I rarely see a council voting against stop signs or traffic lights when the community is strongly in support of them. And I believe the process that we have, as Councillor Marion Pietri has indicated, definitely needs a review. If you look at the protocols and standards that are put out for the placement of stop signs, in some cases traffic lights, it's virtually impossible to meet the standards. They're set up to stop the placement, not to facilitate it. I think the communities that live in the area have a large Use stop signs in the neighborhood cause drivers to be frustrated. They do have an alternative. That's take another street. I can tell you in my community, when we put in stop signs, we've done it for safety issues, done it in order to reduce traffic impacts on neighborhoods, to allow for safe crossings. People don't request stop signs willy-nilly. They do it because there's a concern, and that's the easiest way to resolve some of the safety issues and allow pedestrians to have some ability to cross our streets. Our current standards are heavily weighted in favor of the vehicle, and very little weight is given to the pedestrian, and I think that's somewhat backwards. And I think that's why you're finding at council that the council, when the matters come forward, overturn the staff recommendations, and in most cases, I would suggest it's closer to 90 to 95%, put the stop signs in. It just strikes me that we need to review our procedures. I think the onus should be reversed. I think stop signs, if they're requested, should be allowed unless staff can justify an immediate safety concern that would preclude them from going forward. It shouldn't be a battle for the neighborhood to have to justify their request. It should be the other way around. The request should be granted unless there's an appropriate safety issue that's raised that would preclude it. I think the idea of spending weeks and sometimes months studying and preparing a report that council ignores and puts up a sign anyway, there's many things that our staff can do without doing that process. So I hope our staff would take a look at the process and perhaps reverse the onus, indicate that it's the responsibility of staff to justify not having one rather than have to justify having one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to move on to Councillor Hurst. Councillor Hurst, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I apologize that I can't correct my vote, but when Councillor Mayor Petrie introduced part 2 on this one, I inadvertently didn't support it. Got temporarily confused, and I apologize on that. But anyways, dealing with the overall issue with traffic safety within the city limits, yes, with respect to stop signs, they are needed, but more importantly, we need an overall reduction of speed limits on our city streets. We've been successful, yes, having reductions on Mary Street from its most southerly end to its northerly end, and hopefully with some degree of success. But it's very concerning when I go to the side streets surrounding Mary Street, it's 50. And people are taking advantage of that. So with safety in mind, and I don't know how on earth we would do this, but a comprehensive overall review of all our city-controlled streets down to a maximum limit of 40, especially in our built-up urban areas, would be well justified. And I think a blanket, I would hope a blanket bylaw could enforce that and then reduce the need for multitudes of stop signs. But there are some areas that definitely do need them, and nobody knows better about the traffic flow of a neighborhood than the people that live there 24/7. I do appreciate and respect the processes that our staff must address, and in order to give us the tools to make an informed decision. But our experts sometimes in this case tend to be our local residents, and give them the proper care and respect that they so richly deserve. I think now that I don't know about the rest of you, but I find in my own neighborhood, a lot more people are out walking in the neighborhood because they have time on their hands. And when you go out there and you walk those streets and you see how fast people are going through your neighborhood at 50 and 60 kilometers an hour, that there is a testament as to what's the current, what people are experienced and have experienced in the past. And this may give us an opportunity to address that going forward. That's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McConkey, you're next on the speakers list, and then Councillor Marks. Councillor McConkey, when you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I fully understand Councillor Maren Pietri's point of view on this, and Councillor Nicholson spoke very well. What I recall is the number of actual motions that are on the outstanding list for community services. And if you look at the number that relate to traffic and speeding and safety, but early on last year, Council approved a new neighborhood traffic management study. And I was telling people when they were phoning in, oh, we should have that soon. It'll all be, addressed with some easier method to deal with this. But I only found out just a short while ago that there was a delay in sending out the RFP. I'm not sure if it's actually an RFP or a tender, but I understand when I was talking to them, maybe staff maybe less than a month ago, that it was just had just gone out. So it took, I think, a full year to actually go out for the RFP. So I don't know how long, if I could ask Mr. Diskey when that's expected. And if I could just stop for a second there and then come back, if you don't mind.
So I'd like to stay on the item that is in front of us, CS 2027. So we'll get you an answer through Commissioner Diskey offline for you in regards to your inquiry. If I'd like us to just stay on CS 2027.
It's definitely on the same topic, because if you look at Stornoway and Britannia, there was a motion in January to have no trucks on it. And there was a motion for reducing the speed limit across the city to 40. And that was referred to what I've been talking about, the neighborhood traffic.
But I'd like us to stay on CS 2027 in regards to what's in front of us, which is Aberdeen Street and Masson Street, please.
Okay,
we'll get you that information. I'll ask the commissioner to follow up after today's meeting.
That's fine, but when you talk about what we're discussing, there is a part two. The part two was approved. It's been deferred or postponed to go back to staff. So I'm still talking about Britannia and Stornoway, and
right, but that's not in front of us right now. That the item 2 that Councillor Maren Pietri brought forward was referred. It's been voted on, so it's being dealt with. Right at this particular time, we're just dealing with CS 2027, Aberdeen and Masson. Sorry.
It was divided. I thought it was just the amendment that I didn't know that it was actually divided. I never heard a vote on division. So I understand that we voted on Councillor Chapman's postponement. If I could...
No. So it was a referral that of Councillor Maren Pietri's amendment, and so we've voted and dealt with that. So what's in front of us right now is Aberdeen Street and Masson Street. And what's in front of you on page 8 of your agenda.
Right. Just the stop sign.
That's correct.
Is that what we're... Okay.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Masson and Aberdeen. That's the only thing that's in front of us at this time.
Okay, so what Councillor Maren Pietri is objecting to is the postponement of the part 2, but we can still go ahead with the stop sign on Aberdeen. Am I correct?
That's what's in front of us. It will either be voted up or down in regards to the recommendation that is in front of us that came from committee.
I thought that the points that Councillor Maren Pietri were making was still had to do with Britannia. So that is off the table for now, and we are voting in favor of the stop sign, which, yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Councillor Marks, good afternoon, and you have the floor, sir.
Worship, and good afternoon. I will be supporting the recommendation from staff, and I appreciate Councillor Kerr's comments on the subject. I do know the area. It is a bit of a specialized area in that the seniors building to the south and then you have the residential area, which is a high walking residential area in that corridor. I know because I've walked it before with my wife, who really adores the houses along Masson there, the south end of Masson. I think it's a good idea. Also, just in terms of the process, to respond to Councillor Nicholson's previous comments, the process may have to be looked at, but it's all we have at the moment. We do have to. I also want to support the stop sign because I do understand, and I do think that Councillor Kerr and Giverson, I trust them to bring their residential concerns regarding speeding, and that goes for any councillor, especially with Councillor Mayor Peters' motion and Councillor Hurst's motion. I would be inclined to support their stop signs because I trust them to bring their residential concerns to the committee, to this council, at which time we can support them in their endeavors to not only make their residents feel safe, but also to make sure that staff have a bit of a process involved that can show us step-by-step of what concerns could be there regarding a stop sign. So those are my comments, Mr. Mayor, but I'm happy to support CS 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I see that there's no other questions in regards to this. So just my closing comment in regards to, I think.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak on this.
You haven't indicated to me at all that you wanted to speak, so I'm hearing now that you said, just hold on. Let me, I gotta try, because of the technology, there's feedback, there's different things that happen at the same time. So I'm trying to be very, very slow, methodical. Yep. So what I've heard now is that Councillor Kerr, is that correct? You'd like to speak to this item?
Yes, I would.
Then please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very focused and only on the CS 2027 item, which is the additional pair of stop signs at Aberdeen and Masson. The only stop between Simcoe and Mary is Masson. There isn't another one in there. That's the first point. The second point is, and I may have brought this up at Community Services, but that's some time ago now, and I believe Councillor Marks alluded to it, is that somebody coming down Simcoe who ultimately wants to go east on Adelaide is confronted with 3 stoplights. North of Aberdeen, you come to a situation where you're going to get a stoplight at Hospital Court, a stoplight at Alma. It's not Alma, I forget what the other one is. And then you get the stoplights at Adelaide before you can go left and go east on Adelaide. And what is happening, the residents are finding that cars are coming down Simcoe at their increased rate of speed, if I can say that. They're turning left when they get the chance onto Aberdeen and proceeding at a higher than safe rate of speed, higher than the limit, over to Mary so that they can then make a quick right and hopefully an expedient left onto Adelaide and go east. This is the feedback that we're getting from the residents because of the high traffic volume of pedestrians to both S.J. Phillips and O'Neill Collegiate. There's a high number of students in the area. It is also a resurgent neighborhood. There's some younger families moving in, and the number of young children, preschool age in the area is increasing as well. So I believe in this case, it's prudent to make this a 4-way stop. And as I believe Councillor Nicholson said, if this now becomes too onerous for motorists who are using it as a high-speed detour to get around those 3 traffic lights, then they can simply think ahead and go across Hillcroft, which does go immediately not only over to Ritson, but also over to Mary Street and down. So I would urge my fellow councillors to vote in favor of these additional stop signs to make it a 4-way stop. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. Hearing that there is no other speakers in regards to this item, I'd like to just add my comments if Council doesn't mind. One is that I understand how each member tries to represent their community in the very best possible way. I think some of the responses today in regards to listening to their constituents and what they live 24 hours a day is vital information to be able to make sure that we hear their concerns. Number 2 is our staff do have a matrix that they do follow based upon best practices and recommendations from, I believe, the Highway Traffic Act, and they follow those. But the reality being is that because of the amount of violations that are happening on every type of road in our city, we are trying to look at every possible way of making sure that our streets are as safe as possible. We've asked Durham Regional Police to participate with traffic control. Unfortunately, they don't have the type of resources allocated to traffic control, but therefore some of these decisions will be made at the council level because of constituents' concerns. So one is, I appreciate what staff do and understand the process. Number two is, I appreciate what council wants to bring forward on behalf of their constituent. Number three is, we'll continue to ask Durham Regional Police to assist us with assistance on our road. And number four is, I would expect our members of council to respect the whole process, but continue to bring forward the concerns of their constituents. So I just thought I'd leave you with those comments. All right. CS 20-27 is in front of us. Any opposed, please? Recorded. Vote is being called by Councillor Kerr. Madam Clerk, when you get an opportunity, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst? Councillor Hurst?
Oh, hello. Yes. Now I hear you. Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
10 affirmative.
Then affirmative. We've dealt with page one of our polls. We're going to be moving on to corporate. I'm going to suggest that it's noon. We haven't taken a break as of yet. I'm going to ask for an hour break for lunch, and then we'll return and deal with the 4 remaining pages of polls at that time. Councillor Chapman? I'm sorry, who was that?
Councillor Marion Pietri, I'll give you a motion.
Thank you.
An hour recess for lunch.
An hour recess for lunch, seconded by Councillor Chapman. All those in favor, any opposed, say no. Hear none, so we will be back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, everybody, for your patience this afternoon. Thank you.
Has left the meeting.
business to get through. So we'll pick it up at corporate services. You'll find all the information on page 8 of your agenda. We're going to start off with 20, Corp 20-13, proposed amendment to the Responsible Pet Owners Bylaw concerning the tethering of dogs. This has been pulled by Councillor Kerr. As you know, this is moved in the consent agenda. So Councillor Kerr, you have the floor as soon as you're unmuted. And you're unmuted now, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak against this proposed amendment, and I would hope once the rationale I have outlined has been clearly stated, that my fellow councillors would see fit to do this as well. Excuse me. This is no knock on the Animal Care Committee's work, and I appreciate everything that they do. However, my concern with this amendment is that it goes from the original intent of the restriction on tethering to a point where I believe it renders it unnecessary. And the reason why I say that is this item was brought up in the last term of council. I worked extensively with members in the community on this, and the reason why it was put at 4 hours is to prevent people from leaving for work at 6 o'clock in the morning, putting the poor animal out on a tether and coming back at 6 o'clock at night and bringing the dog inside. That was clearly untenable, as council agreed. And the idea of having it as 4 hours, that whether it's 3 hours or 4.5 hours or 3 3/4, the bottom line is it's half a day. It's not a whole day. And that's enforceable in the point that somebody can look out their window and see a dog out there and say, that dog's been out there longer than 4 hours, or that dog's been out there the whole day. So the point being, it also gave people with young children who may have had to go to a medical appointment with the vagaries of transit, missed buses, lengthy waits in doctor's offices and so forth, they may not be able to get there and back inside of 2 hours. So that's why we thought 4 hours gives them a good window to be able to accomplish family business as they see fit. The last thing is, or the next thing is, how does somebody know whether there's somebody in the house watching the dog for those 2 hours continually? The answer is they don't, and that's the unenforceable part. So I would contend that what we have currently is okay. I mean, perfectly, you would leave the dog inside all day, but I understand that owners may have a concern that's a younger animal, especially their digestive system can't accommodate that long without having to relieve themselves. So if they put the dog out for in the morning when they go to work, they may be able to come home at noon and let the dog in. They may be able to walk the dog first thing in the morning, like my daughter does, brings the dog back in, and it's good till she comes home 8 hours later. That's a mature dog. So I guess what I'm saying here is, I don't think this is a necessary amendment. I think what we have on the book is working, and if somebody exceeds it, there's a method to enforce it by observation of where the dog is outside and not trying to know whether there's somebody in the house or not. So I think I've said enough. I just hope that we can support the Animal Services Committee, Care Committee on what they're doing subsequent to this. But I think on this particular item, what we have on record satisfies the requirements and the needs. And I would urge my fellow councillors to vote down the amendment, leave what we have on the books. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. I greatly appreciate your comments. I'm going to move on to the speakers list. I'm going to move to Councillor Nicholson. And Madam Clerk, if you could let me know when that's available. It's available now. Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to weigh in on this. I want to be very clear on this. This recommendation was passed unanimously at the Animal Advisory Committee by all the experts of the various agencies that were involved in animal care. It was passed unanimously at the Corporate Services Committee, despite the same arguments made by Councillor Kerr at committee. With respect to Councillor Kerr's comments, I think he couldn't be more wrong. The situation we have now is we have people leaving animals without care in all types of weather, sometimes in the middle of winter even. To say that you can leave an animal unattended for 4 hours, no one looking after them, in all types of weather is cruelty, as far as I'm concerned. It's an animal. When you're a pet owner, you have a responsibility to ensure that your animal's well taken care of. And if you can't be there yourself to look after your animal, I don't think it's onerous to expect that you would have somebody look in on them to make sure they're okay. Too often in our society, we have people putting their dogs out at 6 o'clock in the morning, and sometimes the dogs aren't even seen or looked after until later in the evening, sometimes as late as 8 or 9 o'clock. That animal has got no shelter, that animal's got no water, that animal's got is tethered to either a rope or a chain where it can get caught around its neck, around parts of his body. This is the reason why the Animal Advisory Committee recommends that an owner or somebody appointed by the owner to look after the animal should be there at all times to look after them. That could be a next door neighbor, it could be a relative, it could be a teenager. As long as there's someone there to ensure the animal doesn't get caught in its chain or its rope, that it has appropriate water, that it has appropriate shelter, it's not simply left out in weather that was unexpectedly arrived. It wasn't there when you left in the morning, but suddenly it snowed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It really comes to a situation that they put the onus on the owner. And keep in mind, our responsible pet owners bylaw is there to act as an educational tool and a guideline to the community on what is the expected best practice. Hopefully, people, when they see this change, and I encourage council to pass it, will understand that that's what the expectation is, and will act accordingly. I believe 95% or even higher of pet owners will follow the guideline and will act responsibly. This is here to catch the remaining few percentage who believe that they can simply abandon their animals. And we all know, and I'm sure as councillors are aware, of situations in their own constituencies where people put their animals out there, the animals barking for hours after hours after hours, totally annoying the neighborhood. They don't bark, just for the sake of barking. They bark because they're bored, or they bark because they're in distress. So I think we have to understand that we've asked the experts in the field to give the best advice. They're giving us the best advice, and I encourage council to pass.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, and that is Councillor Hurst. Councillor Hurst, once your mic is unmuted, you have the floor. I understand that it's unmuted now, so please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mayor Carter. Again, I'd like to echo the sentiments of Councillor Nicholson. And this is the onus for pet owners to be responsible. And as a responsible pet owner myself, I can't imagine why anybody would have a domestic animal and leave it outside unsupervised for up to 4 hours. I believe that 2 hours is a good time frame. Still not impressed by it. Prefer no tethering of animals, but I understand when people do not have fenced yards that this is a concern. And again, as Councillor Nicholson said, this recommendation came forward with the full unanimous support of our advisory committee and of corporate services. So I'm going to support the amendment as
Appreciate it. I'm going to move on. Our next speaker on the list is Councillor McConkie. And once your mic is unmuted, you have the floor. My understanding is it is unmuted. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I'm curious if I could ask staff, how many charges have been laid with the 4-hour tethering bylaw, which is not that old, at least a year now? How many complaints have we had?
So I'm going to ask the question be directed to Commissioner Adams. And Commissioner Adams, I don't know if you heard the question. If not, we can get it repeated. But Commissioner Adams, could you please proceed?
Yes, I did hear the question, and we've had 2 complaints but no charges.
Okay. Councillor McConaughey?
Thank you. So with this, I wondered, did you have an opportunity to go over the wording of it with the committee, or after it came from committee, the advisory committee to a corporate, did legal look at it? I'm just wondering, I know other municipalities have tethering bylaws, but I'm curious if we have had a legal look over it.
So let me go back to Commissioner Adams first, and if she feels that it's appropriate, we can ask Mr. Yoon to tune in. But Commissioner Adams, again, good afternoon. To the question, please.
Good afternoon. I can't comment on whether or not legal has looked at this.
Okay. Maybe I could
Okay, I noticed
go.
The other
I'm sorry, Councillor?
I noticed some of the other municipalities that have started something like this, they have a grace period. That would be one. If we've only had 2 complaints in the past year, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. So that's pretty much all I was asking.
Okay.
Just a little more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other speakers that have been. Oh, Councillor Marks. Okay. Sorry, Councillor Marks. My understanding is that you'd like to speak next, and once your mic is unmuted, I'll ask you to proceed, Madam Clerk.
In fact, I have no comments on this, Mr. Mayor. It's the next item, Corp 2014.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marks. I greatly appreciate it. You've heard the comments in regards to it. So So anyone opposed, please state your opposition now, please.
No.
Madam Clerk, I heard 1 member vote against it. That was Councillor Kerr. All the rest seem to be in favor. That item passes. Thank you very much. We will move on to the next item. The next item is improper place bird feeders and maintenance standards, Corp. 20-14. Councillor Kerr, you requested this to be pulled also. Madam Clerk, is his mic unmuted? It is. Councillor Kerr, you have the floor again, sir. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'd like to request division on items 1 and 2.
Division for voting on number 1 and number 2?
Yes, and I'd like to speak to each one.
You could speak to the whole item, so go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I don't know of one person in all the years that my wife and I have owned houses and had neighbors. I don't know of one person that hasn't had a bird feeder suspended off the ground. I suppose if we want to have staff put time into this and come up and say that it needs to be 4 feet 2.5 inches as opposed to 4 feet 1 3/4 inches, you know, I suppose we can ask staff to do that. But putting bird feeders in the air is one thing. If people are putting out plates of food for surface dwellers, that's another item. That's I don't see that as bird feeding. So I'm not really against establishing standards requiring bird feeders to be suspended off the ground. I think we are to do that. So I'm not maintained and how much of an issue this is. We have our bird feeders hanging from trees or over the grass, and perhaps even in a garden. And this says they're supposed to be free of bird droppings and bird food. Well, what are we asking people to do? Go out with a rake and rake bird droppings into the grass? That's a natural thing that happens in nature. The rain will take care of that. If there's any bird seed on the ground, then maybe a chipmunk or a rabbit might eat some of that, but they can't get up to the bird feeder. So how are we going to enforce this, and how much of an issue is this really? I think it goes without saying that if somebody's a property owner and if they have a bird feeder on their deck, for instance, well, then maybe they'll wash off their deck. But to make that an enforceable item, again, I don't think number 2 is necessary. So I'm happy to support the committee on number 1, but I'll be voting against number 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, is this the list here? Okay, so we have Councillor McConkie. I understand that you'd like to speak to this item next. So as soon as your mic is unmuted, go ahead. I understand that's the case. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'd like to table part 2 of this motion to legal direction and timing to come back next council meeting. Just would like the lawyer to look that over.
So you would need a seconder just to table item 2. Madam Clerk, I'm looking to you to say that that's an appropriate action just to table section 2 of this report? Or does the whole report have to be tabled? Hold on, folks.
It's just to table part 2, correct?
That's correct.
Not to change the direction.
Just to table part 2 of the recommendation that is in front of us. I'm just asking to clarify that it is appropriate under our rules of procedure. Okay. Okay. So part 2 to be tabled. That's moved by Councillor McConkie. We need a seconder on the tabling motion if that's the case.
I'll second that.
Councillor Kerr is seconded. So there is no debate or discussion in regards to the tabling. Madam Clerk, can I take a vote just on that? And there's a recorded vote that's just been asked for. I believe that was Councillor Nicholson.
You're correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
This is in regards to tabling part 2.
Yes, please.
Councillor Chapman? Sorry, Councillor Chapman.
No.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst? No. Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkie?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
I'm negative.
The tabling motion does not pass. The item's still on the floor. Councillor McConkie, back to you.
Bird feeder. Ajax has a bylaw about bird feeders. They limit, I think it was Ajax that limits the number. And a couple other municipalities that have a anti-feeding of wildlife bylaws that really were extensive. I just have a concern that this has not had the approval of the lawyer. The city's legal, I think, can really help get some wording on this, because I agree with Councillor Kerr. It's going to be very difficult to charge people under this. You know, what constitutes the type of appropriate maintain? The wording is that it be appropriately maintained. You know, someone's standards might be quite different to another, and you know, bylaw going out to check under bird feeders is going to be, I think, a little invasive. So I will be voting against Section 2, but in favor of Section 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to our next speaker, and that is Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, my understanding is you have the floor now, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're getting somewhat confused by some of the interjections. The motion that was put forward at the Animal Advisory Committee and through the Corporate Service Committee is to have the council approve an amendment to the lot maintenance bylaw. Currently, the lot maintenance bylaw regulates things like debris and garbage. People don't turn their properties into garbage dumps or causing health hazards for their neighborhood. What we have found is that in some cases, people do not look after their bird feeders appropriately, and we have a buildup of droppings, bird foods, open shells, whatever, causing both a health hazard and attracting vermin to the community. We're seeing many cases where people who don't look after their bird feeders and clean appropriately are attracting rats and other rodents to the area, and that's causing problems as well. Just as we do with our garbage bags, where we have a regulation that says you just can't leave a garbage bag unattended or ripped open, we're saying the same thing should apply here. The problem is the lot maintenance bylaw doesn't identify the unkept bird feeders as an issue under their current regulations. So all we're simply doing is asking for the legal services and the corporate services staff to amend the lot maintenance bylaw to establish the standards. Now, of course, our lawyers and our professionals will be involved in setting those standards and coming with the appropriate wording so we can enforce the lot maintenance bylaw upon complaint. Right now, if somebody doesn't look after their bird feeder and leaves a mess, there's no avenue of complaint. There's no mechanism where the city can go in and say, could you please clean it up, or give an order to clean it up. This is a gap in the bylaws. So all we're simply trying to do is fill the gap, and I can tell you, we have had councillors who raised this issue, and I think one particular councillor will, I'm sure, be commenting in a few minutes about the concerns in his neighborhood. This is simply a process to enable our staff to use some common sense to get this cleaned out, and it'll be based on complaint only. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. I'm going to move on to Councillor Marks. Councillor Marks, you will have the floor once your mic is unmuted. My understanding is you have the floor now, sir.
Thank you very much. Councillor Nicholson summed up my comments exactly. The lot maintenance bylaw, this is just another tool for bylaw officers to respond to complaints from property owners who are seeing vermin attracted to their property. This stemmed from a complaint of a resident in Ward 3, which I brought to Corporate Services Committee, which Councillor Nicholson recommended go to the Animal Advisory Committee, of which it did. So it's gone through many layers of review. I think the wording is appropriate in that the bylaw will be amended in relation to the acceptance of the Commissioner of Corporate Services, which is the undertaking that has been provided here. In terms of the bird feeders being appropriately maintained for bird droppings and bird food, again, all I can comment on that for Councillor Kerr and some of the other concerned councillors is that this gives another tool in the arsenal of the bylaw officers to respond to complaints from concerned citizens, concerned residents regarding usually their neighbor or somebody on their street that's not maintaining their property. And this, like I said, hopefully will be supported by the members of council. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marks. Councillor Chapman, my understanding is you'd like to speak to this item. So once your mic is unmuted, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. First off, I have a question of the clerk. It says, therefore be resolved that council approve a bylaw in the form and content. That bylaw amendment would have to come back to council. That be correct?
The bylaw would have to come to council, correct?
Right. So all we're approving here is for the Commissioner, Corporate Services and legal staff to work on an amendment that includes these two items that are listed here, which will come back to council for approval, amendment, or non-approval, correct? Right, simple, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. If there is no other persons wishing to speak, my understanding, Madam Clerk, that's the case. So there's been a request for voting purposes that the item be divided from number 1 and number 2. So the upper part and number 1 would be one section, is that correct? And then number 2 would sit by itself. So I'm going to ask for a recorded vote just because of the reason of the division. If you don't mind, please, it might just make it easier. So Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
On part 1, Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
It's 10 affirmative.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, on item 2, please. If you don't mind, recorded vote on that. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
It's 10 affirmative.
An affirmative on Corp 20-14. Madam Clerk, am I correct that all the business in regards to that item is dealt with now? Thank you. I'd like to move on to Corp 20-15, which is the proposed amendments to the Responsible Pet Owners Bylaw 14-2010 as amended. This was pulled by Councillor Kerr. And Councillor Kerr, my understanding is your mic is unmuted. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It may be deemed to be one amendment, or it may be deemed to be two. I've sent these to the clerk. You can advise me as to whether they can be dealt with as one amendment, because the topic is the same. And I wonder if I get a ruling from the clerk on that, please. are you there?
Okay, sorry, Councillor Kerr. I am here. I believe Ms. Davis has just received it. Give us a moment, please, so that we can take a gander at it. I'll come back to you once we're ready to go. Okay, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You myself. So, Councillor Kerr, I do have it. Do you have a seconder on this? Everybody, I think you see it in front of you. The amendment is changed from colony caretaker to colony manager. Do you have a seconder on it, sir?
I would be seeking one to get the reason on the floor so that we can understand where it's coming from.
Chair, I'll second it, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Do I have the floor, Mr. Mayor?
You do, sir.
Okay. This is, I talked with Animal Services staff on this. The amendment simply is one word change, but it's kind of critical in understanding what the purpose of having a colony manager is, as opposed to a caretaker. And although the terms you may think can be, well, caretaker, manager, what's the difference? The point being is that at one time, trap, neuter, and return, or release, as it's been alternately called, was deemed to be not effective. In the last term of council, and contrary to what Councillor Nicholson says, there were content experts working with council and staff all the way through those amendments and changes as well. They came up with the term trap, neuter, return, and manage. And the critical part of that to understand was that the colony manager, which, by the way, as I understood, was the name of the training course that potential colony managers take in order to effectively manage a feral cat colony. The purpose is that they manage the colony to the point where, through humane methods of taking out kittens at a certain age so that they can be socialized and adopted, taking out new additions to the colony which were destitute cats from a household that are still socialized and can be taken out and adopted, and by spay, neuter, ear tipping, and so forth, that eventually, in a humane manner, the colony would reduce and be eliminated. So the idea would be that if it's trap, neuter, release, and manage, and the name of the course is, basically colony manager, that the term here should be colony manager, not colony caretaker. It may seem like a small thing, but it's an accurate thing. And to those people in the community who are anti-feral cats and want nothing to do with them and think there should be all manner of inhumane ways to deal with these animals, to them, the term caretaker takes on a whole different concept to what they understood and accepted when we used the term manager. So I would encourage council to make this minor amendment And that item 1 and item 4, where it says colony caretaker, be amended to colony manager. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kerr. To the amendment, I have a speaker, it's Councillor Nicholson. Once you're unmuted, you all have the floor. You're unmuted now, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to draw Council's attention to item 1, where they outlined the definitions under section 1 of the pet owner's bylaw. A colony caretaker is deemed to be a person who harbors or provides regular care to a feral cat or cats. The reason the word caretaker is used is because many of the volunteers come in from time to time to look after animals. They don't manage the entire colony. They are not required legally to be liable for any of the management of the colony. The reason we're using the word caretaker is to give people the opportunity to volunteer and to assist us and provide support to the animals that are feral without giving them any legal liability regarding the colony. If you change the process to a manager, you're implying that the person who's volunteering to look after the animals is somehow responsible and in charge of all the activities in that colony and all the actions taken by those animals. I believe if we try to make people change from caretakers to managers, you're going to dissuade people from looking after these feral cat colonies. What we're trying to do is encourage people to support them, take some of the pressure off our staff at Animal Control, Animal Services. It's a liability issue. When you're a manager, you're responsible for the entire colony and is acting. When you're a caretaker, you're there to assist and to try to provide assistance to the animals. So while I do appreciate Councillor Kerr's intent, I believe that the actual result will be that less people will volunteer. If you look at the other sections that we put in there, we're trying to make sure that the caretakers are appropriately trained, and they're trained to follow their role, which is to provide assistance to the animals, not to manage the entire colony under their own responsibilities. If you want to adopt a policy to establish feral cat colony managers, then I think that whole process needs a further review separate from the recommendations being put forward today.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other speakers to the amendment first? Councillor Chapman, you'd like to speak to the amendment itself, sir? Once you're unmuted, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I agree with Councillor Nicholson on the part 1, where it says colony caretaker means a person who harbors or provides regular care for a feral cat or cats. His premise is that a volunteer can look after the cat but isn't the manager. But the one in item 4 says that a colony caretaker shall register a feral cat colony. That says to me that they're obviously in charge of it if they're doing the registration. So I could support not changing caretaker in part 1, but I agree with Councillor Kerr's amendment in part 4, and I would ask that the 2 of those in the amendment be divided.
Division, as they say, is always in order for voting, so we can deal with that. Madam Clerk, do we have any other speakers in regards to the amendment itself?
Not at this time.
So, Madam Clerk, how would you like us to deal with the amendment? Can we vote on the amendment to change from colony caretaker in section 1 to colony manager first, and then deal with number 4 and then the whole package? Is that how you'd like to do it?
Yes, that would be
okay.
great.
Thank you. I'd just like to double check. So, okay. So I'm going to call the vote on number 1. Those in opposition, please state.
Councillor Chapman opposes.
I oppose. That was Councillor Gray?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any other opposition?
Councillor Nicholson opposed the amendment.
Councillor Nicholson opposed on the amendment.
Councillor Marks opposed to the amendment.
Councillor Mark on part 1 opposes.
Councillor Giberson opposed.
Councillor Giberson opposed.
Marion Petrie.
Councillor Marion Petrie oppose.
Councillor Hurst opposes.
Councillor Neal.
Councillor Hurst and Councillor Neal opposes. And Mayor Carter opposes. And
Councillor McConkie.
Councillor McConkie opposes. So that
Wait.
sorry.
Yeah, I can certainly listen to reason, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, so I will oppose amendment number 1, 2.
Okay, thank you. I do apologize. Okay, so that loses, but part 4, let's go with part 4. Any opposed on part 4?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to move a sub-amendment.
A sub-amendment on number 4. Okay. What is the sub-amendment, sir?
It's to replace the word register with the word identify. Councillor Chapman, the intent of the word register was simply to let the city know where all the colonies were and not to get some kind of legal entity involved in the process. By changing it that the caretaker would identify the colony and take the training, I think will resolve the problem and negate the need for changing the title.
Mayor Carter,
Please go ahead.
that amendment is on entire part 2. We're talking about the amendment.
No, I'm sorry. We're on number 4.
Sorry, part 4.
Part 4.
You would vote first on the changing the wording to colony caretaker to manager, and then Councillor Nicholson can make a further amendment.
My apologies. I thought we dealt with the sub-amendment first and then the amendment. So my apologies.
Point of order?
Yes?
With all due respect to the clerk, the reason for the sub-amendment is to address Councillor Chapman's issue as to not require then the other amendment. So what I'm trying to do is find a way to assuage those issues without the necessity of changing and establishing a colony manager, which I believe will scare off volunteers.
Well, I said that the sub-amendment I was fine with, so I'm going to go with that. We'll put it on the floor. It's been moved and seconded. It was moved by Councillor Nicholson and seconded by Councillor Mayor Petrie. So, Madam Clerk, will we deal with the sub-amendment first? So, and I just heard Councillor Kerr ask for a recorded vote.
No, I have to speak.
You want to speak to the sub-amendment?
Correct.
Register to identify. Okay, correct. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I think we're dealing in semantics here. When the very first colony managers course was conducted at Oshawa Animal Services, and I believe it was 2018, because I was training to go to the World Dragon Boat Championships, and I drove all the way back from Mimico to be there for the opening of the first course. The room was packed. They didn't have any trouble attracting people to take the course because the people are committed to taking care of the feral cats in the manner and conditions outlined in the course that they took. Now, to say whether you're going to identify or register it, those terms, I believe, are interchangeable. The purpose of identifying or registering the colony is so that the city has an idea of how many colonies there are and where they're located. So whether you say, well, identify one as being here, or I register this one as being here, you're basically saying this is where the feral cat colony is. I think we're dealing in, very fine line of semantics here. I disagree with the sub-amendment, and I believe that the amendment should stand as it is, but I will not vote for the sub-amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers in regards to the sub-amendment? Madam Clerk, there isn't. So Those opposed to the sub-amendment that is being put forward by Councillor Nicholson, item 4, that the colony care shall identify, which is the replacement from register of feral cat colony. Anyone opposed, please let us know.
Chapman's opposed.
Kerr is opposed.
Anyone else opposed? So the sub-amendment passed. The amendment itself has been amended. Any opposed to number 4? Please indicate at this time.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Is it my understanding that the vote we're having now is to change in item 4 the word caretaker to manager? Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
So if you oppose the change, you vote no? Is that correct?
That's correct. If you're against changing it from caretaker to manager, you would oppose. You would say not in favor.
Please put me down as not in favor.
Not in favor, Councillor Nicholson.
Not in favor.
Not in favor. Was that Councillor Mayor Pietri?
I don't know if he opposes it or not, but I do. I'm John Gray.
Oh, I do apologize. My apology.
Well, Mark, in favor.
Recorded vote, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we'll get a recorded vote. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
Clarification on what this is.
Sure. Number 4, the amendment that is on the floor now is that a colony manager shall register a feral cat colony. So that's what's on the floor right at this particular time. The change from caretaker to manager. Madam Clerk?
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
No.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Wiping the floor on.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter?
Yes. The amendment, I presume, lost 7-3. So the 8-3. My apologies. Thank you very much. As the item is in front of us right now, I still have a speakers list in regards to it. Councillor McConkey, in regards to Corp 20-15. Just a moment, please. Sorry. Okay, Councillor McConkey, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, I was on the list for Corp 2008.
Okay, but we're on 2015 at this particular time, so okay, so I'll take you off. I'll take you off the list. So, all right, that's. I'll put you. We'll get you on the list.
Give me 1 second. Just 1 second. I've got to go back to Corp 15. Can you give me what the title of it is again, please?
Proposed amendments to the Responsible Pet Owners Bylaw, 14-2010 as amended.
Great. I'm sorry. I've already said my say on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, I had you on the list also. Did you want to speak on this item at all? Just a moment. Councillor Nicholson?
caretaking, looking after the feral cat colonies, we're suddenly running up against the problem that none of the cats were licensed. And according to our bylaws, it currently lays out, all cats have to be owned and licensed. And that really didn't fit in a feral cat colony situation. So we wanted to bring forward these technical requirements that the animals are not deemed to be needed to be licensed because they're feral, and therefore they're not liable to be picked up for being at large. We had a situation that we followed the current wording of the bylaw because they're not licensed. Our staff would have to pick them all up, take them back to our shelter, and deal with them through appropriate processes. That really doesn't apply to a feral animal, and therefore, if we're going to support the feral cat colony process as a way to control the cat population, we sure don't want to have a bylaw that works in opposition to what our intent is. That's why we're making these changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Madam Clerk, seeing no other speakers in regards to it?
Mayor Carter?
Yes. Is that Councillor Kirk?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you like to speak to this item, sir?
I would. I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Nicholson on this. When this whole feral cat piece came forward in the last term of council, it was precisely because people who were feeding or looking after, if you will, a feral cat colony, sometimes would find that through a complaint, and one in particular I'm thinking of, 2 feral cats were trapped, taken to Oshawa Animal Services. They were kept overnight, and they were licensed. And so the person that had been tending to these cats had to pay $180 to get the cats out of Oshawa Animal Services. Clearly, that's untenable. These people are going out of pocket to look after these animals and many others on their own dime, and that was not in good support. So I am surprised, frankly, to see that process is still going on, because the understanding at the time when this first variation of the TNRM and the whole feral cat piece came forward was that the cats would not be kept overnight, that the colony manager, if I can use that term at the time, would have been contacted. The colony manager would come down, pick up the cat, and take it back to the feral cat colony, no charge. That's the way it is supposed to have been working. So quite rightly, if that's not the way it's working and there's still charges involved in licensing and so forth, then this is a perfectly correct amendment or perfectly correct clarification of what should have been happening since this piece went through. So I'm happy to support this amendment.
Okay, so on the whole piece, I'm going to put it to vote. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote just because there's been a lot of moving parts. So, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, I'd like a recorded vote on the full package, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
It's time to figure process as well.
Councillor Giberson on the motion as amended?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, and thank you.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
11 affirmative.
Madam Clerk, is it my understanding we've dealt with that item now? Yes, okay. Just give us one moment, please. So the next item, my understanding, is Corp 20-08. This is Corporate Services Committee Outstanding Items List, first quarter 2020. This was pulled by Councillor McConkie, and my understanding is, once your mic is unmuted, you will have the floor, Madam Clerk. And Councillor McConkie, please.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I've sent the clerk an amendment to an item. There are actually 3 items that I'll be quick in the outstanding list of items for corporate services.
Do you have a seconder for your amendment?
No, I'm hoping that I'll get one. At the region, you know that this coming week you'll have delegations being heard at your electronic virtual meetings. And I'm pretty sure that I looked up WebEx online and they...
Madam Ketri, one second. Just hold on a sec. Okay, so before we get to the floor, I just heard that we have a seconder on this. So it's being displayed, to my understanding, on your screen. Is this correct, Councillor McConkie, which you've proposed on Corp 20-?
2008.
Yes.
08. This was item number 24 on the list of outstanding items, and the way it was worded was everything except what's highlighted in yellow. So that's what the amendment is. I'm asking for the amendment to that. That's City Council Referral Corp 19-105 concerning remote participation for delegations and presentations. And I'm adding, during the declared state of emergency, be implemented as soon as possible using the current WebEx or other software. And following the end of the state of emergency, that remote public participation and delegation participation.
Oh.
And then I continue.
Will be, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I had some interference.
Yes, I heard it too. It said the state of emergency, that remote public presentations and delegations participation be
referred to staff for a report in the second quarter of Corp 2020. That's the same wording that's in the report. I'm just adding in that we find a way to have delegations or presentations remote. I know that it's happening at the region, and public participation is very important, especially during this time. I know we're on a learning curve here, but I truly believe it's needed.
I understand that. Now, also understand that we would have to follow whatever legislative requirements or approvals from the province under the Municipal Act. We would still have to follow that.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And I believe if we could talk to someone at the region, they must have worked it out, because a friend of mine is making a delegation this Wednesday at the region.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other questions in regards to the amendment itself, Madam Clerk? Seeing none. So I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
I just got a text from him saying he lost internet connection.
Okay.
Councillor Giberson? absent. Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Cart?
Yes.
10 affirmative.
Okay.
You still have the floor?
She has. She had more, but just a second.
Mayor Carter?
Go ahead, Councillor. Sorry about that.
No problem. I have a question about item number 1 and on the same list at the end. I just would like clarification from the clerk or from Commissioner Adams about the outstanding list, item number 1 on page 11. So it's under tabled items, electronic voting in the council chamber notice of motion, council December 3rd, 2018, and then January 4th, 2019, Corp. I'm just giving you the numbers, Corp 1908. Referral from staff for report, tabled city services about electronic voting. And so I remember during the budget that we heard from Commissioner Adams that this is something happening. And I'm wondering if it's tabled, if it has to be brought back from the table to try to get electronic voting during these electronic council meetings.
Okay, so why don't I go to Commissioner Adams and say good afternoon. Commissioner Adams, did you hear the question by the councillor?
Yes, I did. And so I believe the question is, because it's tabled, would the matter come back before council? Is that correct? Was that the question?
Yes, it's twofold because if I recollect correctly, during the budget process, I did ask about electronic voting, and I was informed, I think, that it's in the works. That and in fact on the it's just got TBA. TBD.
It's TBA. It's not tabled because we only have 2 items that are tabled that council hasn't dealt with. So it's not tabled. It's to be determined on the date when it will be coming back.
Correct. So
that's where I got mixed up. I do apologize. So Commissioner Adams, to the question.
Yep. So I think Councillor McConkey, what you're referring to, and that was the capital project for our agenda management system. And so with that system, if that was to proceed, and of course we would bring that to council for consideration, then that would be part of it, the electronic voting in the council chamber, because it would be one package.
Thank you, Commissioner. Back to you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Adams. I just noticed that it is at the bottom of the list and where it says tabled, and there are 2 items. This is a number 1 of 2. So that's my concern. I wanted to actually see, and I'm not going to bother with the motion and the whole vote. I just believe that the WebEx offers voting capacity, again, online. I'm not sure what the arrangement is if we can do it, but it would sure save a lot of time if we're going to be doing these electronic voting council meetings regularly. So has joined the meeting.
Okay.
I just use that on that. So I did send an email in, another one about, if I could ask the clerk if she received it.
It was another, you had sent another question or amendment or?
An amendment.
An amendment. Okay, just a moment, I'll check. Madam Clerk, did you receive any other amendment in regards to the outstanding list?
Carter. I need clarification. It says that pursuant to report DS 18127, dated June 14, 2018, corporate services staff be authorized to consult with the public. Item 7.
That's correct. That's the exact wording from the report, and I've highlighted in red what I would delete. And it was something that Councillor Mayor Pietri discussed earlier in the meeting this morning. It has to do with the dust, controlled nuisance dust.
So what is it that you're proposing?
I would like 5 words taken out, whether the city should pass. I think that we have an obligation to our residents to ensure that nuisance dust is controlled, and so many other municipalities have dust bylaws. This has been on the books for a while, and with summer coming, and Councillor Mayor Pietri mentioned it's across the city, all kinds of new build.
I need to get a clarification from Commissioner Monroe. Commissioner Monroe? Commissioner Monroe? I gotta get back. Commissioner Monroe?
Good afternoon, Mayor Carter.
Good afternoon. Just a clarification, sir. This is on the corporate services outstanding list. It's item number 7, which is on page 147 of the pink agenda from the previous standing committee. And the direction it says under this dust control related to new development, that pursuit report DS 18-127 dated June 14th, 2018, corporate services staff be authorized to consult with the public, the Oshawa Environmental Advisory Committee, and the Oshawa, the city's building liaison, industry liaison team to obtain input into whether the city should pass a bylaw under the Municipal Act to control nuisance dust and report back to corporate services. I'm asking a question because I was under the impression with neighborhoods that are being built or construction that is being built that we have piece in the, I don't know if it's in the...
It's in the subdivision agreement, sir?
Yeah, that they actually have to commit to dust control.
Within the subdivision agreement, and this is a template agreement that we have, there are clauses which are referring to dust control. And I am aware that there is a meeting that's going to happen in May in order to help advance any improvements to the process. And at that time, we would engage the Building and Industry Liaison Team as well as the Oshawa Environmental Advisory Committee.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Just hold on a sec, folks. Councillor, I've checked with the clerk, and all of this has gone through committee and council. So if you want to start changing the direction, and it would take a reconsideration, and that's what I've been advised that it would. What I hope is that you would take confidence in what Commissioner Monroe has just stated and seeing where this ends up as we move forward. So I'll go back to Councillor McConkie if you don't mind. Madam Clerk, is her mic still open? Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I do take confidence in Commissioner Monroe. I just noticed this morning when we had an item on a outstanding list that was removed, I believed I could make an amendment. There was no reconsideration this morning on the community services outstanding list, where I think it was item 7 that was removed. But anyhow, regardless, it's encouraging to hear it's happening, because I can tell you, I was under the assumption that we had a dust bylaw. So many other municipalities do. And when I'm getting these complaints right now, I'm saying, oh, well, I'll look into it. We'll find out. And I think with the subdivision agreements, they're not always monitoring. They're not always putting the water down to control. So it's something that I think, there should be more stringent enforcement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, on the...
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that as well.
Thank you. Councillor Neal, you'd like to speak on it? So, Madam Clerk, his mic is unmuted, so go ahead, please.
Yeah, I brought this to committee a while back, and because of the situation, and staff are all on board. I know I first spoke to Paul Ralph on this back in the last term of council. So, having said that, I know that there's no pun intended here, but it was supposed to be a groundbreaking bylaw brought in regards to dust control. So, I guess that's probably why there's so many pieces to this puzzle. So I'm hoping to get it through, as I know some of these things take a long time, like the new parking study that we also asked for, that I asked for a while back. So I appreciate all this stuff being worked on, and hopefully I just listened to Councillor Monroe's statement, because he took over from Paul Ralph. So hopefully it's in good hands and we can move forward with this, because it is an issue and has been for a while, in regards to people sitting on their front porches, everything covered in dust. And some of these subdivisions have 3-4 phases. So that's a problem when we're into these long stretched out phases of new subdivisions, which seems to take place in the North End and all over the place wherever they're doing this stuff. So I see it everywhere, and hopefully it comes forward soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, the items in front of us, any opposed, please indicate at this time. Madam Clerk, seeing no opposition, that item moves. I'm going to move on now to DS 20-55, which is the nomination of the National Trust Heritage. Councillor Marapietri, I know that you pulled this, sir, so as soon as your mic is unmuted, you'll have the floor, sir. And my understanding is your mic is unmuted.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank our department in Development Services, as well as anyone that's worked on this file for the last 15 years. We've brought it to the point where obviously we've got a really prestigious recognition that could come from it, and something that I believe will be of great benefit and celebrated by not only the community as a whole or the downtown, but by Heritage Oshawa and anyone who's appreciative of the kind of building that was saved at the time. I do believe there was some controversy with respect to saving this property, but in time, as we see with a number of properties throughout the area, they've come back to life as a result of great deal of hard work and dedication by way of the developers and our staff, and obviously support and confidence of council. I want to thank Commissioner Monroe personally and his staff for having taken this initiative and putting forward our ability to be able to earn this recognition in advance of our council considering it. And as chair, I think that that's acting proactively, and I believe that something that our Department of Development Services has done under your leadership, as well as that of the Commissioner and our CAA. I think when you consider the timeliness of the application, I hope that council will support the intent and the direction taken by the department for that reason, not to mention the more positive reasons that were already outlined. Now, on that note, I'll just say that during the pandemic, obviously some business has been a little difficult to undertake for a number of people in our community, small businesses, large businesses alike. But in the development community, we've done everything possible with the efforts made by our commissioner and the department to ensure that we're open for business. And I think it would be appropriate to announce that we've, to date, gotten over $200 million worth of construction permits during the pandemic. So I think that's something that should be highlighted and noted as well, and showcased to the efforts made by the commissioner and the department. So again, I hope that celebrate at the appropriate time the project and a number of other projects that are on the go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mayor Pietri. And 70 King has been a huge success. I think they're with their residential component, I believe they're almost at 100% occupancy, and their retail space is being courted by some very good tenants. So it's been a great success. So thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on the speakers list in regards to this? No? Okay, so we'll move on. All those in favor, or all those opposed to this? I'm sorry, I have to get used to that. Opposed? Please make your intention known now, please. Madam Clerk, understanding that there was no opposition, that item passes. I'm going to move on, Madam Clerk, to DS 20-45. City of Oshawa comments to the provincial government concerning cannabis consumption establishment and cannabis special occasional permits. This was pulled by Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I want to congratulate staff on the report and on the comments. I think they've identified the issues. From our perspective, as Councillor would recall, we had passed some site-specific recommendations to deal with the location of cannabis retail establishments in the city. Unfortunately, and this is, I guess, the point I want to get on record, province doesn't seem to give a darn what we say. We're seeing, at best, a cursory review done by the registrar at the province, and they are simply putting these situations, these retail establishments, whenever somebody applies, they're saying it's fine. Our staff, quite rightly, had raised the issue, especially at one at 31 in the downtown, at the location at 31 Salina, being close to a daycare center. And we quite rightly raised the point that it seemed to be inappropriate for a cannabis retail center to be located next to a daycare center. I think staff presented that information quite clearly to the province, and the province responded, they don't care. They basically said they don't deem that a cannabis center next to a daycare center is anyway a negative impact on the community. I don't know what community they live in, but it's definitely not the majority of view of the people in our community. We had also, at my request, and supported by council, had put an indication that we wanted to put a limit on how many cannabis retail centers would be located in the same area. so that we wouldn't get a situation like occurs in some locations across this province where their entire downtown is covered in cannabis locations. Anybody who's traveled up to Toronto or out to areas, Indian reserves, can see that all they have on their main streets is one cannabis store, one after another. We didn't want that in Oshawa. We wanted to basically spread the retail establishments around so that they would be not congregating in the same 2 or 3 block area and addressing some of the issues that we thought could be potentially happening. We also made it very clear that we thought that it was not appropriate for cannabis retail to be next to schools and daycare centers and areas frequented by children. Just like we put on restrictions for liquor establishments and beer establishments or for bars. We have restrictions that say, it's not appropriate to locate a liquor store right next to a school. And the province seems to apply that standard to liquor stores and to beer establishments and in other areas. Well, it seems to simply give a blank check to the cannabis industry to locate wherever they want. I know our council has taken a strong stand. I know our staff's taken a strong stand to say that we want some balance in this process. But the provincial bureaucrats seem to be only interested in getting the license fee and the revenue, not looking after the community. And I'm glad this is before us. And I think we need to send a strong letter, possibly from yourself, Mr. Mayor, to our local MPPs and to the Premier, indicating that they need to review these standards, and maybe we should be pressing that with our colleagues at AMO as well. I just want to get that on record. The province is ignoring us. They're doing just whatever they want to do on this issue.
Councillor Nicholson, I couldn't agree with you more. I was very disappointed in regards to the response from the province, and I think that this council made some decisions on a policy to make sure that the health and the well-being of our citizens is taken into consideration. So I agree with what you're saying, and I understand your frustration with the province. So I agree with that. I'm going to move on to Councillor Hurst, that I understand that wants to speak to this item. Madam Clerk, Councillor Hurst, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Nicholson for pulling this. In light of the recent correspondence and advice we received from staff with respect to recent applications in the downtown core. And again, the province of Ontario has snubbed requirements of our community of what we're looking for. And to say that I'm disappointed is putting it very mildly. Again, I'd like to remind you, we did have the opportunity to opt out of being a host city or host municipality to retail cannabis. I believe I made my point quite clear when this was brought on the agenda before, that when I referred you to the Green Mile and Alderville First Nations, and if we were relying on the cannabis retail sector to be the economic salvation of our municipality, we were in dire straits. And then when this comes forward again, why do we have to excuse me, let me reword this. I've been advised through staff correspondence that we do not have the right to appeal what the province has, or what the province has dictated to us, and to just blindly go along and agree with them is not in the best interests of our community. And even though we may not legislatively or through the regulation have the right to appeal, I would appreciate some direction that we could, as a council, express our concern about this, because this is just opening up the floodgates to what's going on. And when I see 3 applications in our downtown core, the adverse economic situation this current pandemic has brought forward to the downtown, to our downtown, that's struggling to get through all this, it's very concerning. And if through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe to, Development Services Commissioner, or through Corporate Services, how are we going to advocate for ourselves on behalf of our community to ensure the security and well-being of all of our residents? So if someone could address that to me, I would sincerely appreciate it.
So what I've heard from the previous speaker, and I'm going to presume that a lot of members of council would like us to take a position in regards to making sure that we communicate directly with the province in regards to our disappointment and how we put these measures in place to be able to be there for the health and safety of our community, and that we are disappointed that they have seemed not to take those things into consideration. I'd be more than willing to write that letter with council's support to do so. Commissioner Monroe, do you have any suggestions about how we may be able to make sure that our position is clear?
Mayor Carter, I'm not sure about how more clear the city could be. We developed a staff report which had criteria that was a made in Oshawa solution for what the council felt were appropriate locational criteria for a cannabis store, including, maximum of one per ward, being separated from schools, recreation facilities, libraries, parks, daycare centers. The city is in as you are aware, is in a subordinate constitutional position from the province. We've made our position pretty clear to them. I'm not sure what else we could do to help advance that position.
Commissioner Monroe, I would imagine it wouldn't hurt us also sending a letter. Would you agree?
I would agree that following up with a letter from yourself, which would reinforce our commitment to the criteria that a council had established, and that perhaps language that council is concerned about the number of stores and the concentration of stores in certain areas of the city, and we can certainly advance that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Back to Councillor Hurst. You still have the floor.
Thank you to Commissioner Monroe. And I know that the city's response to these applications was quite concise, and I sincerely appreciate all the work and effort that went into it. However, just because the province says one thing doesn't mean that we cannot advocate for ourselves. I don't care that we're in a subordinate position on this. We have to do everything in our power to advocate for the city of Oshawa. And not everyone is a fan of the cannabis retail stores. However, there has to be a degree of some reason and to advocate for our entire community, not just one particular section. I'm talking about everyone. And it's incumbent upon us to fight for what is in the best interests of everyone in this town. So, Mr. Mayor, if you would word a lovely letter, and it doesn't have to be nice, but it has to be forthright to say this is where we're at, and I'm sure there's going to be other municipalities doing the same thing. I don't think we're unique in this situation, but I really think we should be a leader and not be a follower. Let's be a leader and stand up for ourselves, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Chapman. My understanding is you have an amendment. Is that correct, Councillor Chapman?
I do, Your Worship, if I can find a seconder.
And this...
Maybe while Ms. Davis puts it up, I can just read it so that people get the gist and we can see if somebody wants to second it.
Councillor Mayor Pietri has stated that he'll be your seconder on your amendment.
Thank you, Councillor.
You could read it, please.
Sure. It's to add a paragraph 4 to this report, that in addition to the recommendations in the report, that the mayor send a letter to Premier strongly emphasizing council's position and disappointment that it appears our recommendations are not being taken seriously.
Would you like to speak to that, sir?
I think everybody else has spoken to it. I think Councillor Nicholson, emphasized the fact that we went through this process. We've come up with places where we would like not to see such facilities. And it's disappointing that a daycare doesn't count as an educational facility, I think is what it said. Or even looking at the fact that we only wanted sort of one in each ward. I can live with the latter to a certain extent, but I'm very disappointed that, we're going to have a cannabis store within spitting distance of a daycare. So I think you get the gist of what we've all been talking about here, and I think a strongly worded letter to the Premier, and for that matter, whomever else you think should go on that list, telling them that where our positions are in a more strong way than just the report of what staff had, and the disappointment of such things like the daycare and those types of things would be terrific. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McConkey, to the amendment, apart for, I understand you want to speak to the amendment. So when your mic is unmuted, please go ahead. My understanding is that's the case now. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Carter, and I appreciate Councillor Chapman's facility, a lot of children, and I think we need to get the public on board and saying, province, wake up. This is our community. This is not the right place. That's you've got my vote on that anyhow. Thank you very much.
Speak to the amendment too, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. So, Councillor Nicholson, to the amendment, please. Just a moment. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Nicholson.
I support the intent. I think it's very important that the Premier be told, but I think I'd like to see us expand that list to go to the leaders of the opposition, to our local Durham MPPs, who are our voice at Queen's Park. And I would also send copies to every municipality and to AMO. We often get calls from others. I think Councillor Chapman indicated he was open to expanding the list. I think the point made by Councillor Hurst is correct. Let's be a leader. Let's be the first one out of the chute. And let's rally the troops. Make sure that the amendments on what are defined as educational establishments and other criteria are reviewed. The Premier said when the process come forward that they would be open to any changes as the rollout occurred. Well, here's a change. And the other issue I'd like to see us try to address is that when the registrar says he disagrees with us, it'd be nice for them to actually explain why he disagrees, as opposed to just giving a cursory form letter that says, we disagree and we're ignoring you. We can take the time to explain why we should have it a certain way. They reject it, they should at least take the time to tell us why they feel otherwise. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll just take that as a friendly, I think, in regards to the expansion of the distribution list, and we'll make sure that happens. Councillor Marks, you're up next. So, Councillor Marks, once your mic is unmuted, you'll be able to speak. It's unmuted, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to lend my support to the amendment of Councillor Chapman. I do believe it is important that we outline to the Premier that the Council's position is what it is. We can be the catalyst, as Councillor Nicholson has pointed out. We are coming through the worst public health crisis pandemic is directly affecting the lungs. So this is something that may need to be started with at the provincial level. So it's nice to see that Oshawa is taking a forward position on this, and I look forward to seeing a draft of your letter, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Marks. I'm going to go to our next speaker on the list, which is Councillor Giberson. Councillor Giberson, you'll have the floor once your mic is unmuted. It's unmuted now, so please proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Nicholson preempted what I was getting in the queue to speak, just to add some names that should be on that list. We have two MPPs that represent the city of Oshawa, so they should both definitely be on that list. One of whom is a very effective member of the opposition. The other who is the parliamentary assistant to the Attorney General, and I think the Attorney General should be on that list as well. If I'm not mistaken, does this fall under that ministry? I think that to go back to a few speakers have gone back to the deliberation that this council had on this matter just over a year ago. The only thing that I would like to remind us of is that far better that this be done and managed through legal streams rather than pushing this market back into the black market, the criminal market. But we are asking for something that is very reasonable here, I think. We have already said as a council that we are not going to refuse the establishment of legal vendors of this product, but we have asked for very reasonable constraints and limitations be put on that. And I think that 3 of these establishments opening up within blocks of each other, and including very close to a daycare center, as has been noted multiple times, we really need to be reaching out and sending a very loud and very clear signal that we need the province to work with us rather than around us. What's the point in having an input process if that input is meaningless? So I wholeheartedly support this push to get their attention and get them working with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giberson. My understanding is I have Councillor Gray, and Councillor Gray has a sub-amendment to the amendment that is on the floor at this time. So, Councillor Gray.
Thank you. Just a very simple, it reads, recommendations are not taken seriously. Can we just change that to being taken seriously? Just, it cleans up the language. We don't want to be dismissed out of hand, because that was all it was, just very super minor. I don't even think it needs an amendment, just changed on the fly, because Councillor Chapman actually did say that, but it didn't come out in the written word.
Okay.
Yeah, I was writing fast and then noticed it when I was speaking. Thank you, Councillor Gray.
No problem.
Okay. That's beautiful. Okay, on the amendment, I'm going to
recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote by Councillor Chapman. Thank you, Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey? Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
State it now. Madam Clerk, hearing no opposition, that item moved. Moving on. Give me a moment, please. Madam Clerk, my understanding is our next item is DS-20-51. That was pulled by Councillor McConkey. Is that correct? And Councillor McConkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question actually to Commissioner Monroe now.
Okay.
Items on the outstanding list. Item number 24, the subject is Durham College requesting a seat on the downtown BIA Board of Directors. And it's to be determined, but in a report on the agenda, and I must say a very well-written report by Commissioner Monroe on the Welcoming Streets Initiative, it mentions someone we all know from her appearance at council as a presenter for Trent University Durham, Haley Wright, on page 11 of the Welcoming Streets report, CNCL 2017. It lists Heather Wright, Trent University Durham, representing the BIA. So I just wonder if that item on the outstanding list is still current.
Okay, let me get you an answer. I'm going to go to Commissioner Monroe. Commissioner Monroe, you have the floor, sir.
Through you, Mayor Carter. What will happen is this item will drop off at the next time that it appears on the agenda in June of 2020. At the time that this was written, it was fairly accurate. What we've now determined is that the BIA has added certain members as non-voting members, and that doesn't require the approval of council in order to add them. And so they've already put into effect that change, and this will be reflected in the next outstanding items list when that will drop off.
Councillor?
Thank you. That makes that very clear. I was encouraged to see that we have the wider representation on the BIA with someone from the college that Trent has there. So thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, all those in favor, or any opposed? My apologies again. Any opposed? Hearing none, that item passes. Madam Clerk, we're going to move now to DS-20-58. This was pulled by Councillor Kerr. This is the Heritage Oshawa process notice to property owners. Councillor Kerr, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe I am unmuted now, am I?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I have some comments to make about this item, and at the appropriate time, if somebody would like to remove a referral, I would certainly second it. But at this time, I think there is some confusion about the intent or the delivery or the collection of information concerning the designation process. It's my understanding that DS 19-107, and I have it up in front of me here, is about essentially, and I believe council was in complete agreement with this, is about obtaining the property owner's permission before bringing forward a recommendation for designation. I don't think there's any real disagreement about that. I think what's happened as part of this process is there's some discussion or lack thereof of the whole idea of a research report. And further, if I may say, what the scope or the breadth and the depth of that research report ought to be about. Now, a subsequent point to that, and very important, is a research report is basically the creation of an historical account of any particular property of interest in the city of Oshawa. Now, you may suggest that those are likely to be best directed towards listed properties, designated properties, but they can also be completed for Class A and Class B properties, because how are you going to know if something about that property has changed, altered, or additional information has been found that might move that property up into a more significant category? So I think what may need to happen here is some further discussion about at what point in time this research report ought to come forward in the process, and whether that report ought to be reviewed as to its form and content, as to what ideally should be looked at in terms of a research report and how far that goes. Now, for instance, when you talk about properties in England that are on their heritage list, they may talk about who built the property and the architectural details of that property, but the last thing they may say is the property now resides in private ownership. And that's as far as it goes. If it's deemed that with the permission of the owner, it can go further, then that is what needs to be discussed with the owner. But the whole idea of a research report is to improve the rich cultural heritage of this city by understanding either A, what we had and have lost, or B, what we have and should preserve. So that's where I think this particular recommendation is perhaps not quite fleshed out. I think it includes the concept of research reports at a point in time where they should have been done in advance of the recommendation for designation, so that the Heritage Oshawa knows whether the property should even be examined further to ask the owner about designation. And what should come forward to the owner is the rationale for it. The scope and the type of the research that is done, I think that's what needs to be reviewed. And I think that's why there are some pieces in this that perhaps are confusing those two issues. So at this point in time, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy if one of my colleagues would bring forward a referral motion to go back to staff to discuss this with Heritage Oshawa, and I would happily second that.
All right, we've got another speaker. I've got another speaker on the list, and I just heard Councillor Mayor Pietri, so I'll put him on the list. But I'm going to go to Councillor Giberson next in regards to this item. So, Councillor Giberson. Just a moment. Councillor Giberson, my understanding is your mic is now unmuted.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. I understand some of the original intent of this item, and I think that there needs to be some clarification of the advisory committee's roles and responsibilities. But I would concur with the comments just previously made, and I would just add to Councillor Kerr's comments that it seems like we're using a very blunt instrument here to remedy a situation that could use a little bit more finesse. How does one even know whether it's worth having a conversation on the heritage merit or not, if there isn't one, of a property? And in particular, in situations where, is a really rare cases of property where there may not yet be agreement between all parties, but information might help advance that conversation. If we simply shut it out altogether, I think that's a little bit of a problem. There are municipalities all over that go even further than this and go even further than we do, and they'll designate properties whether there's agreement or not, on the basis of whether there may be, the interest of the public good in doing so. But I don't think that this particular item on our agenda even speaks to that. This is just about whether a report should be done, whether information should be gathered and collected and compiled. And I would hate to see such a blunt instrument that is well-intentioned go too far. My suggestion would be to send it back to Heritage Oshawa. Perhaps an amendment should be considered to this, that there's a freeze on heritage reports until there is an agreed upon go forward protocol that answers council's concerns that we have indicated we have, but that can also be responsive to special circumstances. So I will be happy to support. I can't make a referral at this point because I've spoken, but I would be more than happy to support something of that sort should it come forward, perhaps with a moratorium until Heritage Oshawa is able to reconvene, because they can't even convene right now, and still respond to the concerns that the Development Services Committee have legitimately put forward and find something that's a reasonable midpoint. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Giverson. Going to go to Councillor Mayor Pietri. You're next, sir. What's your mic, Mr. Mayor? Oh, go ahead, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to you too, sir.
I appreciate that. I did read a number of communications from members of Heritage Oshawa. I understand what their intent, their sentiment is towards the change. However, I think an example of a number of different situations that we've incurred, and I won't mention the last names or the addresses of the individuals who have been very, very upset by the situation. I do think that council, by way of the mayor's direction, by way of the commissioner and the Development Services Department's assistance, by way of council's general willingness to work with Heritage Oshawa in a different light or a different means than maybe in past administrations, I would have to say that we've done everything possible to put our best foot forward and offer, valid and legitimate information on which they can base their processes on. We've availed them of staff time and staff resources, and I think that'll continue. But I think in this case, I don't believe the change to be something as dramatic or as much of an impediment as some may suggest or consider. I think this puts us in a good position to be able to safeguard those who do believe that their properties are their interests and not the community's, and offer Heritage Oshawa, City of Oshawa, whole, the ability to be able to designate properties which are within the community's interest in a way that's clear and understood through communications that are direct with the owners of these properties. And if they happen to be properties owned by the city or other levels of government in some capacity, then at least we know how to deliver on those measures. Now, I'll give you an example. We discussed 70 King Street. It used to be known as the Janasha. I remember at the time being, at least I recall being either the seconder or the mover of the motion, having sat on Heritage Oshawa. There was a great deal of uproar as to why we hadn't just knocked the building down. Those are examples where, some of the times we're able to act before, the community loses properties that could be of great significance and a project of heritage value. But there are other instances where recently on Simcoe Street, a very prominent family within our city was offended by the way the communications were engaged and I'll say this, Heritage Oshawa is an extension of the City of Oshawa. So it wasn't so much Heritage Oshawa that received flack. It was the Mayor's office, it was the Development Services Department, and it was Council who was suggested as being deficient in their communications. And I'll give you another example on Thornton Road, and I believe there's another one out on Town Line. Those are three examples. Those are just recent examples. But I think we can avoid having these situations occur in future by way of proving this change and facilitate Heritage Oshawa with the necessary means to be able to move forward and provide the service that they do. And I congratulate them for doing what they do and being so passionate. But there are limitations to how we can deal with certain properties and the rights of certain property owners are something that we have to respect as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Mayor Pietri. I'm going to go to our next speaker, Councillor Hurst. Once your mic is unmuted, you'll be able to speak. And my understanding is your mic is unmuted. So please go ahead, Councillor Hurst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate the time, and I appreciate the input from my colleagues on this topic to date. The reason this has come forward is for clarification, and Councillor Marion Petrie was correct. 3 recent cases, I know I've been apologizing profusely to people, and there has to be a better way of going forward with this. I am council's representative at Heritage Oshawa, and historically, I'll go back like 20-some years ago, I was a community member on Heritage Oshawa, so I certainly believe and proud to have been part of designation processes and et cetera over the course of time. And things have evolved with respect to heritage conservation and preservation. It's getting a higher platform, I believe, and people are more aware of it. And people who own properties of a certain era, and it doesn't have to be like a 200-year-old house, but even mid-century homes are known for our architectural interest, etc. That people who own and well maintained beyond anyone's beliefs that they care for their heritage properties, and in some cases these properties have privacy too that was expressed to me by property owners. So I realize it's a fine balancing act, but then again, our Heritage Oshawa volunteers, as all our advisory committee people, we treasure them. Appreciate their interest, their passion for what they believe in. However, this is trying to make sure that we do right by not only the privacy and care of the property owners, but also to advance heritage conservation within the city of Oshawa. So some people have to think it might be a little heavy-handed, and if in the wording that it is, but we need to come together on all of this. And I believe that most people, this is just my own belief, that if a person was approached, say, hey, you've got an awesome house, we'd like to do a heritage report on it, most people would be very flattered to know that someone else has taken interest in their property, and they want to be part of the process. So this is the opportunity for the property owner to do that. I know we talk about our developers that are unfortunately not preserving, especially in our rural areas, properties, but gives us the opportunity to catalog and identify certain aspects of a property before it's gone. So this is a proactive way of reaching out, and it's not to show any degree of disrespect to our valued community volunteers. But again, I know myself, I've had to talk with property owners, and it's been less than amiable at times. And I know our staff, as well as I know the mayor and other elected officials here have had to also have lengthy conversations with people. So that's where it's at. That's the background in all of this. And I'd like to thank staff for providing us with a great deal of guidance on this topic. So that's all I have to say, and that's my input for now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go on to the next speaker on my list. That is Councillor McConkey. My understanding is, Madam Clerk, do you have her mic? Okay. Councillor McConkey, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to make a referral back to staff.
You'd like to refer the whole thing back to staff? Okay. Do you have a seconder on the referral? Someone willing to be the seconder on the referral? I'm sorry. Councillor. Okay, I got Councillor Gray as seconded the referral. So I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on the referral. It stops all debate, all discussion in regards to it. So, Madam Clerk, when you're ready, please.
Councillor Chapman?
No.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst? No. Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
No. No.
Councillor Marks?
No.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
No.
Mayor Carter?
No.
Referral loses.
Referral loses. Back to Councillor McConkey. You still have the floor.
I have a question to staff, if I could ask
Yes?
Commissioner Monroe. The way this is worded, does that mean that, say the developer, Sabera, who has a house up on Simcoe Street North, that we had a special committee meeting about, all they have to do is say, no, we do not want a heritage report, because we spent a lot of time talking about that particular house and the merits.
So let me try and get you an answer. So Commissioner Monroe, to the question in regards to the property on North Simcoe, which I believe is owned by Sabera now, what would be the procedure in regards to what's in front of us based upon that piece of property, sir?
Through you, Mayor Carter, I don't believe that is the intent of the motion. My understanding of the motion was that it was intended to have Heritage Oshawa reach out to owner-occupied buildings and ask them about their willingness to participate in a heritage research report. And the reason for the that position, I believe, was because council had already directed Heritage Oshawa to reach out to residents through by providing them with a letter to the owners of properties that were on the Class A list. The best of my knowledge, that has not been completed as yet, and it's still a process which we're trying to manage. My other comment is that this process, this motion here, really is it's almost a financial issue. It's, if there was a bottomless pit of money for Heritage Oshawa to order research reports, that's one argument you could have. But they have a finite resource, and I think the motion is trying to focus those finite resources onto sites where there is a reasonable expectation that you'll end up with a heritage designation.
Councillor?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Monroe, but it doesn't satisfy me in thinking that something like the Sabera Group could block having a heritage report on that house that was of interest to a lot of people. I mean, I think you may have seen the number that were coming in support of exploring this further. Excuse me. So I would think that probably a way around this dilemma, I mean, it's a balancing act for sure, but there's got to be a way to massage this so that we don't have that entire advisory committee quit en masse, because I think you probably saw the letters that came in. They're saying, why would they even be on the committee? It's cutting them off. And I recall it was Councillor Hurst, through you, Mayor Carter, if I could ask Councillor Hurst, was this her intention when she wrote a motion to send the letter that it would be this way, that there would be no chance of a heritage report being done if someone said, I'm not interested. I mean,
So I'm gonna, it's hard. Just hold on a second. I think the intent that was passed by council was that the procedure that they thought would be advisable would be to speak to the owner of an occupied property if they would entertain the opportunity for this. Where I think this has gone away from that desire of council that did direct Heritage Oshawa to take those steps is that we found properties now on the front page of our newspaper and owners were not consulted in regards to the process. I believe that that is the crux of the issue. Councillor Hurst, I'm not going to get into a cross debate, but I'm wondering if you'd like to speak about the clarification of the intent.
For clarification, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know this is difficult. I don't like cross debates myself. But the initial, so for clarification, is Councillor McConkie referring to DS 19107 or what's before us today?
Well, what's before us right now is DS 2058 that refers to DS 19107.
Thank you. So what's before us today, that's a result, as Mayor Carter indicated. We have property owners in one particular instance where, unbeknownst to them, their property was under review by Heritage Oshawa. Report was done, etc. They took great, and I'll put this as nicely as I can. They took great issue with this. My understanding is that they were unaware. No one had given them any notice that their property was being researched. It also went into family history, different things like that. And my understanding is some of the research was inaccurate according to family members. This caused the family great distress. And when and I'm sure each and every one of us would not like to have research dug up about our respective families, as illustrious or unillustrious as it may be, to be inaccurate. So there was that was the crux of all of this. People were not aware, and it was invasion of their family history, invasion of their family privacy, and they took exception to it. They weren't aware, and so the point being that if a process had been followed where we had reached out, if Heritage Oshawa had reached out to a property owner and said, hey, we really, your property was built X number of years ago, it's a prominent place, et cetera, we'd like to do a research report on your building. In all likelihood, you'd probably have someone to say, oh, great, and they'd probably be part of the process. So that being said, people felt this is being shoved.
Okay.
So that was the issue on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor McConkie. Councillor?
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that. I remember when you made the motion about sending a letter out, and I thought it was marvelous, and I think you got full support of committee and council. And so one incident where someone was offended and got quite upset is actually going to become a roadblock now, as I see it, and I could be wrong, but a definite hurdle for especially saving something that's owned by a developer, where I think there's an obligation of the city at some point to I'm sorry, is somebody interrupting? Am I going over my time?
No, nobody else is speaking.
Okay, so I would like to put in an amendment to clear the wording out to satisfy those.
You've already spoken, so I'm not going to accept the amendment.
Oh, I thought that was just with a referral. I can't make an amendment.
No.
Okay, so can I ask to go into committee of the whole on this? Because I think it's very important, the history of the city, and I know how much time people involved in this council spend on, and some may have their, a little bit perturbed by what goes, but it's never a smooth path.
I'm not going to take the amendment, and let's try and
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ray, I understand that you're on the list.
Well, thank you very much. I actually sent a request in to take me off the list because I was a supporter of the referral. I thought this stuff's all better handled at the committee level, and then bring something a little more less contentious back to council. I lost, so we'll just go through the debate and get the vote over it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. Councillor Giberson, I understand that you have an amendment that you'd like to bring forward in regards to DS 20-15. I know he's already spoke, but he wants to bring an amendment. My understanding is he could bring an amendment.
I didn't think you could if you've already spoken.
I concur with Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, you know what? We've gone around. I'm going to agree that I do apologize. We've already had 9 speakers on this. Is there anybody that hasn't spoken to this item that would like to speak to this item? Hearing none. Okay. And Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, I understand that you would like to speak to this item, though, sir. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I wasn't planning to get involved in this, but the more speakers that have spoken, the more confusing is the message. It's almost a version of the old the kids game about the old telephone. When you say one thing and then somebody else comments, and the next thing you know, when some people down the road comment, it's something like what originally passed. We went through this process. We talked and we debated about a process of transparency and accountability. And we tried to formulate a process that made sense to involve everybody in the decision so that we were trying to avoid confrontation. And somehow in the last few weeks, this has morphed into somehow a notice to a property owner to show respect, the fact this impacts their property, has been turned into this is giving the property owners a veto over the heritage process. And nothing could be further from the truth. Those that are spreading the rumor around that council is giving the property owners a right to veto and stop the heritage review process are doing a disservice to the community, because that is nowhere near the intent of what the policy is. And I know that if it were that way, Councillor Hurst, one would be the first one screaming from the housetops. And as she stated, and as others have stated, we're talking about transparency and accountability. I mean, who among us would sit back and let this happen to our own properties without anybody telling us what's going on? We'd all be the first ones standing up and saying, that's not fair. So I think the problem here is that some people are reading into the policy and reading into the agreements items that are not there. The noticing provision is about inclusion, it's about transparency, it's about accountability, and it's about letting everybody communicate and participate in the process. No one should be excluded. No one should have a veto. Let's put it this way. The property shouldn't have a veto over someone's investigation, and the city should not have a veto over what's investigated either. So I think the policy that was brought forward a few months ago was a great policy. It was well supported, well researched. It came out of the Development Services Committee after much review and comment. And I think that we're doing a disservice to that process when we try and give the impression that something wrong is going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
No.
Councillor Gray?
No.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
No.
Councillor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
No.
Councillor Neal?
No.
Councillor Nicholson,
Yes.
Councillor Carter,
Yes.
6 affirmative.
Okay, that passes. Moving on, I'm going to ask if we could take a 12-minute break, if you don't mind. Come back at 3:30, just so that we can have a bio break, please.
So moved, Your Worship.
Second. Second, Councillor Mayor Pietri. Any opposed? Hearing none, we'll reconvene at 3:30 in the afternoon. Thank you. This afternoon, hopefully. Yes, and the clerk is telling me at this time that we are back. Our first item, Madam Clerk, and you'll confirm this if you don't mind, we're on to the FINs now. We've got FIN 20-18. This was pulled by Councillor Giverson, Councillor Expense Policy. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Yes? I'm wondering if you can unmute Councillor Giverson. Councillor Giverson, when you get a moment, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. Just a very simple motion, seconded by Councillor Chapman, to table the item.
Okay, it's been moved in second. It's tabled at this time. No discussion, no debate on a tabling. Any opposed, please make your position clear. Madam Clerk, I'm hearing no opposition in regards to the tabling. That motion carries. Thank you.
Sorry, I was calling recorded vote. Trying to get that through and I'm pressing the wrong button.
Sure, we could do a recorded vote. I can ask the clerk for that if you don't mind. Madam Clerk, recorded vote on tabling motion for FIN 20-18. When you're ready.
Councillor Giverson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst? Yes. Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
11 affirmative.
Thank you. We're going to be moving on. Okay. Our next item, Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong. FIN 20-22, request for proposal C2018-105, corporate security services contract renewal. This was pulled by Councillor McConkey. Councillor McConkey, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think you skipped one though. 20. But anyhow, you can go back to it because I think Councillor Gray pulled the 2019 annual investment report.
No.
2020. Well, then I did. I'd asked to be added.
Yeah, I didn't pull it.
Okay, I have to
Okay,
give you
so
on.
we're on FIN 20-22. So please proceed.
Okay, and if we could go back to 2020, because I had asked to be on the list, I wrote it down.
We've already, that item has already been passed and moved. We're on FIN 20-22.
How did it get passed and moved?
It wasn't pulled, and we went through, matter of fact, we went through all the polls. We read them again. The clerk read them again. They were checked by the deputy clerk, the clerk, myself, and all members of council.
Okay, so here's where I'm a little bit baffled, because there wasn't a letter this morning and at the very beginning of the meeting, and it was actually put to this report, 2020. The letter that came in from Wayne Wood. So if I can, point that out to you, that's how I just understood that it was going to be discussed, because there was a letter to it.
I believe that will be a CNCL report, not a FIN report. So right at this time, we're on FIN 20-22. So do you have questions in regards to 2022?
I do. I apologize.
That's all right.
Yeah, okay, here we go. So what I would like to know is, was this agreement signed? Because when we met back in early March, first week of March on this, there was a time frame that this had to happen. I think it was expiring maybe the end of March or the beginning of April. If I could ask the Commissioner Sinnott for
yes. Yeah, so let me go to our Commissioner of Finance and our Treasurer. First time we've heard from the Treasurer today, so good afternoon. Madam Treasurer, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you very much. I'm not sure if you heard the question, but if you did, I'm wondering if you might be able to reply to Councillor McConkey's question.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Carter, the contract has not yet been awarded. It's requiring council approval before we continue on with the security contract. They are continuing under the current contract until we have this report approved to award the extension for the next year.
Thank you. Councillor, back to you.
So if I could ask the Commissioner one more question about that. Did it expire, or how was it extended?
Madam Treasurer?
I don't have those particulars with me, but I would have to get back to council on that. But it is important that the contract be awarded. We are waiting on that. So I can circle back with the details.
Budget, and the report does say a date. I haven't opened it up in front of me here, but we met on March the 9th, and it seemed to be time sensitive. So I'm just surprised that it's on the report. There was no delegation of authority that was enacted for this then.
Well, and that is, if I may, that's why the contract has not yet been awarded. G4S is waiting for us to confirm whether or not there's council approval.
Okay, so it was March, I'm just looking at the report now, March 18th, the council approved it for 1 year. And here we are more than a month later. I'm just wondering, what basis are they operating, and when will the contract expire next, if it hasn't been awarded? And it's the contract says for 1 year.
Madam Treasurer, if council makes a decision on this, is there a date that the new contract would start from?
Yes, there is a date. Again, apologies, I don't have that date in front of me. This was not brought forward as a time-sensitive item to the Finance Committee meeting at March 9th. It was brought forward because the year prior, when the contract award had come forward, we were requested to come back with a report on the performance of the security company, seeking an extension for the following operating year.
That's correct. Yep.
Yes, and during our budget meetings, it was mentioned that it was happening. But the problem I've had with this, and I mentioned it at committee, there's no other side. It's all in favor. I just like to, when we're putting this kind of money out, and it's a lot of money, We don't, the way it was worded in the report on page 3, it says the advantages of renewing, and it lists a few things. And then when you'd think it would say the advantages of not renewing, it says the disadvantages of terminating, which is the same thing. It's like, you know, there's no other side being put here. And especially with the cutbacks that everybody's going through. I know our CAO had put in that we had, you know, several layoffs, quite a few. Were any of the security people laid off?
My understanding is, I'll find out, but I'm going to say not, because our security requirements have increased, not decreased, with the security term. But I'll ask Commissioner Adams, to your knowledge, because security falls under, I think, your department, are you aware of any layoffs for our security team?
There have been no layoffs for our security team.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor?
And if I could follow up on the comment you made, Mayor Carter, that there's increased need, but we have all our facilities locked up. They're shut down, except for staff going in and out of the COD and the City Hall. But,
right, unfortunately, without feet on the street, many of our facilities need extra protection through this period of time, and that's what we've seen quite clearly in regards to our public facilities, that we've needed to increase our presence in regards to that.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other questions in regards to this item? Take the vote. Is there anyone in opposition? Please state your position. Madam Clerk?
Opposition.
One opposition. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, to my understanding, there is one opposition. Thank you very much. Okay. Just hold on a sec, folks. So folks, we're going to move into the reports that fall under the Committee of the Whole. So I'm going to go to Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman, you have a motion to go into Committee of the Whole, sir?
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mayor Pietri, that we move into Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. Anybody in opposition, please state your position now. Madam Clerk, hearing no opposition, we are now in the Committee of the Whole. Just to remind folks that Committee of the Whole has committee rules that are attached to it. I'm going to, again, depend upon the clerk if I misstep, and I hope that we'll be able to move through this. So I'm going to go to our first item. I'm going to move to our first item, which is CNCL 20-17. I'm going to pass the chair over to Councillor Chapman because of my declaration of pecuniary interest. I believe also Councillor Mayor Pietri also has one. I'll exit the chair at this time, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we're on CNCL-20-17, recommended extension of the Welcoming Streets Initiative status report. Are there any speakers, Madam Clerk?
Councillor McConkey would like to speak to this item.
Councillor McConkey?
Hi there, Deputy Mayor Chapman. The Welcoming Streets, I said earlier, I think it was very well written and very interesting. There's a couple of points I wanted to make. One is that we've learned, Council learned that the team has been going into the coffee house, Oshawa Coffee House, has been allowing the team to meet with clients and provided them with free coffee cards to provide to clients. So I think that it would be important that City Council send a thank you to the Oshawa Coffee House. They didn't need to do that, and it's wonderful to read that news item. And then I had a question about the report, and I guess it would go to Commissioner Monroe. And if I could ask a question of Commissioner Monroe, with your permission.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
So when this was originally put together as a pilot project, there was some financial support from both the area Community Health and the BIA. And it's all now the city, that there's no other support from the other two signatories of the Memorandum of Understanding.
So Commissioner Monroe.
Program was presented. The city's contribution towards that was $50,000, roughly $50,000 approximately. And the total budget was about approximately $120,000. So it was equally shared amongst the participants. My understanding is that at this point in time, that CARIA no longer has the capacity to fund the extension of the program and the increase, and so the contribution that is being requested at this time is for the extension of the pilot project is roughly $120,000 plus HST, and that would take us through to the end of this calendar year.
Okay, if you don't mind double checking those figures, because what I read was a little different, but meanwhile, if I could ask, so the team, it sounds like there's like 2.5 members, two full-time and one part-time. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, there is currently there was one full-time outreach worker and one part-time. The part-time one would transition to a second full-time outreach worker, and they would still have a summer student on an as-needed basis.
Okay, so my question to you through Deputy Mayor Chapman, Commissioner Monroe, are they employees of CARIA, or are they employees of the BIA, or are they employees of the city?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, I believe there would be employees of CARIA.
And CARIA is not putting anything in, but can you correct me if I'm wrong? The funding for social services usually comes through the region, and we just saw the province and the federal government put a lot of money into those people in need. The city does have the 200,000 OUR program, but I understand from the report that we'll be asking the region to contribute, but the CARIA, is it doing any administration for this? I mean, that's how it started. They were the one that hired, according to the report, and did some setup. But are they stepping back completely and just being the nominal employer?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, the employees will be employees of CARIA. The city's providing a financial contribution towards that. Again, so the initial project budget was $88,000. The city's portion of that was $50,000, and now the budget request is for $120,000, which would take you through to the end of the year. And there is a reference in the staff report about reaching out to the region to see if there is a funding envelope that can be taken advantage of.
Yeah, and that's good and encouraging to hear, because they, we saw they've got over $5 million put in for this type of care. But if I could ask one last question about the setup of the welcoming streets. If you could just give me a second here. I can't read my own writing. Yeah. Oh, well, you heard my first part there about sending a thank you to the Oshawa Coffee House. I hope that you could follow up on that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, I do know the owner I do know the owner of the building and the proprietor of the Oshawa Cafe House. I've known them for quite a while, so I'll certainly be able to make that connection. I just want to draw your attention to Section 2 of the recommendation section. number 4 does reference that the region of Durham be requested to participate in the Welcoming Streets initiative by contributing to the program as a funding partner.
Right. I saw that, and that's really good. And hopefully the regional members of Oshawa Council will get support for that, because I think Deputy Mayor Chapman can attest to the fact that we are in Oshawa getting some of the other municipalities, people from the other municipalities here. But the report says basically the 120,000 exclusive of HST, but it was also saying like it might go beyond that. So that would only be beyond that if the region is a partner in it. Is there going to be a ceiling at 120, or is it plus HST, or is it something that could go higher? I'm just concerned because we have the other.
Okay, Commissioner Monroe.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, the $120,087 is exclusive of HST, and that is coming from the 2020 operating budget, specifically the R program account. If there is any contribution from another level of government or even another revenue source that we can somehow locate, then that would reduce the contribution from that particular account and leave that money in that account for other subject matters.
Well, that's good to hear. That's pretty much where I was going. It's that OU Hour Oshawa Unsheltered Residents program, the 200,000. We know that it has the On Point fund coming out of that, and there's also been a recent fund given to the backdoor mission. So I'm just wondering, who is actually looking after the management of that fund? Is it the city treasurer, or is it you? Or is it CARIA, the 200,000 OUR fund? And I'm just wondering how it's being depleted, because I can't recall what the On Point program is, but if we're renewing it, which I think it was a very worthwhile program, or is that fully now tapped out?
Let's see if we can get an answer. I think Commissioner Adams, are you on top of that? Or the treasurer?
Yes, so through the treasurer, we're on top of it.
Okay, so
does council get a reckoning of that fund? Just, line by line kind of tracking of it, so we can maybe plan for something else that comes up in the future, especially if the region's contributing, if we can convince the region to come on board there.
Madam Treasurer.
Some of it went into the welcoming station too, didn't it?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, we are keeping track. We always reconcile our budget numbers. There were a number of initiatives that were funded from the our program, the 200,000, including some welcoming streets, the First Light Foundation Warming Center, and the On Point program.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate hearing that. Of course, I would understand that you would be tracking it, but it's just for council to see. At a certain point, usually we get, an idea of what's in reserve on this and, where the funds are going on that. And I'm just wondering, at a certain point, can we get where the money's been going, just so we have a better idea? Because obviously, don't have 100% support for it, but just, if some other initiative came along, it'd be nice to know where we're at.
Madam Treasurer, once if it is approved, can you, for our next meeting, give us a breakdown of how much money was in that budget and how much it was spent, where it went?
Yes.
Or where it's committed to?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you very much. Does that help you, Councillor McConkey?
Yeah, I greatly appreciate that, Councillor Chapman. And I did think of one last thing. I'm sorry to drag it on, but if I have another moment, we are in the committee of the whole. October 3rd, we had a public meeting and we had a lot of concern. And I think this was, started up immediately after our big meeting about dealing with some of the problems. But at that meeting, the last thing the council approved was to have the chief of police come, and because there was no representative of Durham Region Police talking to council about some of the issues. And here we are several months later. I'm wondering, has the chief of police given us a date when they would be coming in and broaching this topic with us?
I don't think that you're going to get a date from the chief right now. I think he's kind of busy, like a lot of people with COVID-19. But we'll have the staff follow up on that after this pandemic sort of winds down or ends.
Great. Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Welcome. Councillor Giverson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Chapman. Just a few comments on this item, as well as in reply to a few of the queries Councillor McConkey raised. I first just wanted to clarify that the OUR funds that have been allocated during the pandemic in response to the downtown challenges that are being faced right now, that those funds are not for the backdoor mission. They are direct to CMHA and to their workers. So I just wanted to make sure that part was as succinctly identified as possible.
Thank you.
The other note that I wanted to make, just in regards to the motion, I'm happy to see that there is an inclusion there of looking to the region to see if there is willingness to become a partner in this. I think it has been a very successful program. I think that the numbers that have been coming in terms of the number of interactions, support that the outreach workers have been able to provide, being able to connect with the businesses downtown to help them with their questions and concerns and be available to be that go-between the unsheltered population and the at-risk population. I think that it's a program that's still unfolding, and there's opportunity to continue to improve on it, including bringing on more staff resources. Just to clarify, though, in terms of Carria's involvement, even though the funding model might be changing, I don't want us to go away with the mistaken impression that besides providing staff that the city pays for, that they're not providing anything else. There is significant organizational capacity that goes towards supporting and operating this program. So there are resources there that might not be tied to a specific individual's salary. So I don't, just to give Carrie a proper credit, I don't want anyone listening in today or at a future date to mistakenly think that that Carrie is suddenly not. In fact, in the first portion of this pilot project, I had it confirmed from their director that in fact in attempting to resource this project, because it was successful, because it was working, in order to fully resource it as it was ongoing, they actually had to overspend their initial budget allocation. So I just want to be very clear that Carria is very much continuing to be a very important partner in this, and they are getting some preliminary data. So beyond the report that was, since it was issued, and the month after that, I believe March, the preliminary data is showing that the numbers of interactions, supports, supplies are quickly outstripping the previous numbers that they were getting. Whether that's the pandemic, whether that's springtime, generally there's a lot of movement in that vulnerable population, a lot of change and movement this time of year because of the warming temperature. Maybe it's that. we don't really know right now. But the need is definitely not only still there, but is growing, and having them out in the community and interacting with this population is helping to mitigate many of the negative impacts. And it can't be emphasized enough that if they weren't there, as well as other social resources in the community, things would be much grimmer. So even though there are challenges right now, it's important to keep forefront of mind that that it would be an even more challenging situation without those resources out on the ground, working person to person, as safe as possible, obviously with the pandemic, but out there working with the needy population. Also mentioned, Councillor McConkie mentioned that there may be other upper provincial and federal level government resources coming to help frontline social services. And I guess we don't know enough about that right now, but certainly if there's a way to provide some relief to the OUR fund through that channel, then why not? And I say that we should make sure that that all parties are doing what we can to learn about what is available in the event that that's the case. So I just wanted to add those comments to it, and I hope that members of council will support the item.
Thank you, Councillor Giverson. Just a couple points based on what you said. Page 13 of the agenda, page 6, shows the activity for 4 months. It's quite impressive, actually. 587 unsheltered interactions, 825 outreach supplies. That's just a couple. And if you look at page 15, it actually has the breakdown of the 2 full-time staff and student, 84,000. The supervision and support that you're talking about for the outreach workers, almost 16,000. And then program expenses that assist clients, runs workshops and stuff like that, 20 grand. So there's a lot more to it than just a couple outreach workers on the street. You're absolutely right. Any other speakers other than Councillor McConkie wanted to ask another question, Madam Clerk?
No one else.
Okay, Councillor McConkie, back to you then.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the comments by Councillor Giverson, and I know what a fantastic job he's been very devoted during this period of crisis, all the work he's doing. My hat's off to him. I just wanted to ask, and I guess it would have to go to Commissioner Monroe, if these are the same, if the employees that are named in the report, if they are the original, like one of them is the original, has there been any transition? I know you've added another full-time. I mean, their names were included in a thank you letter from the Oshawa Clinic. Are those 3 people, or have there been any substitutions along the way?
Commissioner?
Through you, Deputy Mayor Chapman, it is my understanding that there was no overturn in terms of staffing, and that the part-time outreach worker is now transitioning to full-time, so there'll be 2 full-time, and then the summer student will remain in place. So it's my understanding it's the same 3 individuals.
And the same supervisor, Kim Lepine.
Great, thank you. That was it.
No other speakers? Then I'll call for a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giverson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Petrie has a declaration. Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkie?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter has a declaration. It's 9 affirmative.
So that carries. I'll turn the chair back over to the mayor. Your worship.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Chapman. Really appreciate that opportunity. Step aside. I'm moving on to the next item, which is CNCL 2020 and bylaw 39-2020. This is being pulled by Councillor Gray. Councillor Gray, good afternoon, sir. You have the floor. Councillor Gray? There we go. Councillor Gray, sorry, your mic was muted. Go ahead, sir. Sorry.
Sorry, that's okay. So through you to Commissioner Sinnott, this past week or so there's been some comments posted on social media around the taxation final billing, and some of the comments I know are inaccurate, but given that the lockdown, more people looking at Facebook and other social media forums, I thought it was important that the commissioner just give us a brief overview. I know there's been consultations with the region and on the tax. Could she provide some comments so that we can all move forward understanding that the final tax billing has been calculated correctly, and if that would be possible?
Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. I'll point or direct your inquiry to the Treasurer. Madam Treasurer, I'm wondering if you would take this opportunity to address Councillor Gray's question, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide the information. I can confirm that all of the area treasurers in the region of Durham are meeting weekly to discuss various property taxation matters. We have come into alignment with offering a 60-day grace period for penalties and interest with respect to the April 27th tax installment. I can confirm that all of the taxes have been calculated correctly. The correspondence that was delivered to us today is not an apples-to-apples comparison of how the taxes are actually calculated, and are not provided in the context of current legislation or current city practice. I can confirm that the tax rates, when they are calculated, are checked and rechecked, and they are in fact accurate.
Councillor Gray, you'd like to follow up, sir?
Basically, it's a side question. So with respect to the installments that are due at the end of April here, April 27th, could you give an indication of percentage of how much has been collected?
Treasurer, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, as of today, we're at an 85% collection rate for the April installment, and that we know that there'll be future payments coming forward with additional PAP installments as they occur in the next coming weeks.
Councillor?
Thank you. If anybody did wish to question the validity of the calculations, and I don't want to turn this into a huge staff exercise, but can a general answers be provided?
Treasurer, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter. So I'm assuming that we're talking about the validity of the calculation and whether or not we're accurately calculating the levies. So as I indicated in my earlier responses, we are accurately calculating the levies. I think that there are some misconceptions around how taxes are calculated. There is a very there's a series of very complex calculations that go behind it. But in a nutshell, when we actually do our annual budget, we start with a base budget from the prior year. We add to that the annualization of supplementary taxes that are issued in the prior year, as well as payments in lieu of taxation. And then we have further adjustments to capture education levies on certain property tax classes. All of that goes through a complex tax calculator. It is reviewed by multiple levels of management. There are checks and cross-checks performed to ensure that the tax rates are completely accurate.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Gray. I'm going to move on to our next speaker. That is Councillor McConkie. Good afternoon. You have the floor as soon as your mic is unmuted. It's unmuted now. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mayor Carter. And back to Commissioner Sinnott, if possible. Two things, really. I saw this letter this morning that Councillor Gray referred to and you referred to, and I would hope, if possible, you could answer it. I understand that the figures you're saying are correct. I don't question that. But sometimes people need to have a little bit more of an explanation. So the point in the letter was how it went from 2018 to 2020 in 2 years. Like if that could be maybe explained. I just would hope that, I appreciate the time that you spent explaining to us here, but if you could reply to the person who's taken a great interest in the city's finances. And it's always encouraging to have people interested. And on that point, I'm pretty much finished. But the other point is when we had this, the first time I saw this last year, new on council, I had asked, I would really appreciate seeing, the columns that are attached to the report with the RTC and RTQ and the actual levy and the values. That's all for 2020. But for 2019, could we not have the column just to compare where it may have gone up, where an assessed value may have gone down? Because we know that in certain categories, there are the assessment review board decisions, and we have money put into a special reserve for those assessment decisions, I understand, but are they sort of on track with where the actual forecast was? Because we had, I think, the previous council had upped it to considerably more, and I'm just wondering where we are on the reserves. So if I've been clear or not, I'm not sure where it left up.
Why don't I try this? Why don't I volley it over to our treasurer and see if she might be able to answer any of the inquiries that you have. Madam Treasurer?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Carter. I am not completely clear on the questions of Councillor McConkie. I can confirm that we do have a tax appeal reserve for which we've applied commitments when we get ARB decisions. Currently, the ARB hearings are on hold. They are suspended during this state of emergency. But we do track them and make commitments where appropriate.
Councillor? Sorry,
Thank
Councillor?
I'll try to be a little more clear because we did have MTAG representative come and speak to us and mentioning that there were a number that were in the queue to go to the ARB. And just wondering, at a certain point, I think we'll be looking at a new financial strategic plan and be going over that. But with the tracking of where we're at right now and the fact that the province has basically suspended the new MPAC reassessments, it's delayed, right? Were we on that for any of the budget forecasts that we made in December? I mean, everything's changed. It's charter territory now.
Madam Treasurer, to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter. So the items that MTAG had referred to as being in the queue are still effectively in the queue with the suspension of ARB hearings. With the reassessment, when we are reassessed, when that exercise occurs through MPAC in 2021. That does not actually change our tax levies. It does change the allocation across the various classes, but it does not actually increase or decrease the tax levy to the city. That is determined through our budget.
Councillor?
Thank you. But I think maybe if I could sort of zero in on the point I'm trying to make. When we were doing the budget, you had conservatively put a growth rate of, I think it was 0.8%. And then MPAC had called in conversations with you and we increased it. You have regular conversations with MPAC, I'm sure. I'm just wondering has their forecast changed and what we were told when we did our budget in December?
Treasurer to the question, please.
Through you, Mayor Carter, there are regular meetings with MPAC. We do talk to them on a regular basis about a variety of issues so that everyone's
just because this report kind of ties in with, I think, the figures that you would have given our CAO about the COVID-19 impact on the city's finances. You'll be coming up with another report. I mean, this is basically spelling out the investment report that we've had, that we've got more coming. So
we're talking about the final tax bill report of CNCL 2020. What you had made an inquiry in regards to is another report, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to have an update in regards to where we stand financially as we go through this process.
Right, and hopefully it'll be, I guess, something that we'll have at our next council meeting or before.
I don't know that. I think that what we've got to try and do is we've got to take it day by day, but I can guarantee you that we will have regular updates in regards to where we are financially based upon the decisions of the federal, provincial, regional, and local governments and how it impacts our revenue base and our taxation.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call for the vote, recorded vote, please. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giberson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst?
Yes.
Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Marin-Pietri? Councillor Marin-Pietri?
Right again?
Yes.
Pietri?
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
11 affirmative.
Thank you. That passes. We're going to be moving on now. The CNCL-20-28. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? And this was pulled by Councillor Nicholson. Thank you. Councillor Nicholson, when your mic is unmuted, and which I understand it is now, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I support both this report and the following one. You obviously have to fund these projects to make sure they're done. My comments really are jointly on both. When a project is delayed by the upper tier government, due to the fact they either haven't got their tenders completed or their work completed, and that results in increased costs to the lower tier, do we actually go to the upper tier and ask them to recompensate us for our additional costs?
So my understanding is, well, why don't I go to the proper source and ask? Why don't I do that? So let me try Commissioner Monroe. Commissioner Monroe.
Through you, Mayor Carter. Yes, that we when the we in the last couple of months we went back to the region of Durham and specifically to the project manager for the two projects in question, and made the pitch to them that because the delay was in the project was owing to delays at the regional process, and it caused increases to the city's cost component, that the region should pay that proportional share. And we received comments back in the last couple of weeks that the region would not fund the cost overrun at the city end.
Councillor?
I understand that the regional staff are reticent at any time to give any money to the lower tier, regardless of whether they cause a problem or not. Have we made the approach to the political level? I know I've discussed this with my colleagues at the Regional Finance Committee, and they have the same problem in their municipalities, where their costs are driven up by regional tardiness on certain projects. And I'm wondering if it does not make sense to try to set up a negotiation with our colleagues at the lower tier municipalities and the region to set up a reciprocal agreement that says if we delay their projects, we'll fund any additional costs the region has, and vice versa. I think it's absolutely arrogant of the regional staff to suggest that if they slow up our projects, increase our costs, they're not responsible to reciprocate us, our taxpayers, for that additional cost. I think this is something we have to take up at the political level and try to work out an agreement. It's only fairness as far as I'm concerned. If we were to delay a project in the region, I would expect us to fork over the cash to compensate them for the delay we caused, and vice versa. I think that's just a common sense approach dealing with these types of bills. Until we get it done at the political level, we're going to see more and more bills like this. I don't believe the local taxpayer should be forced to pick up the freight where there's inherently a delay caused by the upper tier. And I'd like to ask our staff to look into that to see if there's an opportunity for us to make it a pitch, either to the higher levels in staff, or if not, directly to the regional chair and our other mayors and other senior staff, possibly our CAO's meetings. So I just want to raise that point at this point. I'm not ready to move a motion yet. Hopefully we can work it out on a cooperative approach. But if the region continues to be intransigent, we may have to take this to a more political field. So I just want to put that on record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I think it's it's prudent for all of us to advocate where necessary, especially to try and receive as many supporting funds from the region, especially in this case. So,
yeah, I have a question on this too.
Okay, well, wait a sec. Councillor Nicholson, are you're finished with your comments, sir? Is that correct?
Yeah, what I was looking for is just for staff to make additional appeal to the and CEO of the region, see if that internal staff decision could be overturned, and if not, report back at the next meeting of what kind of approaches we can make at the political level to try to address this issue.
Okay, I'm going to point that to Commissioner Monroe. Commissioner Monroe, could we undertake that exercise, sir?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Nicholson, you just heard from the commissioner that we'd undertake that. Okay, sir?
And just for the record, those comments cover for both the issues I pulled, 28 and 29, so I don't need to deal with 29 separately.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Neal, I understand that you would like to speak to CNCL 2028. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, in regards to this, I think what it does is incorporates the fact that the region should be again paying for and maintaining the sidewalks and regional roads. I've said this through the past I don't know, numerous budgets for a number of budgets now, and it's gone to the region. And I think our CIO could speak to this and where he is with this, because I know that they have talked about it at the CIO level, where all the municipalities get together. So far, of course, the region doesn't want to do this. They've used the Municipal Act, etc., to say that it's not their in their bailiwick to do it. So I mean, if the CIO would like to speak to it in regards to where this is right now, I'd like a refresher on it as well.
All right, so why don't I welcome to the conversation CAO Ralph, and say good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Just to give an update, so the Municipal Act actually says that the upper tier is not responsible for the construction of sidewalks when it's highways, that it's a lower tier responsibility unless both municipalities agree otherwise. Okay? So if you look at the resolution that's been prepared by staff, there's a fourth bullet point there that says in May of 2018, Council requested the region to investigate transferring the responsibility of sidewalks, and then subsequently did another one for streetlights to be transferred that responsibility to the upper tier. To me, that's the overriding point right now. I think if there's a political will at all the local levels for the region to take responsibility for both maintenance and construction of sidewalks and multi-use paths on their roads, then that should be the overall policy decision, so that we don't get into these budget discussions all the time about overages. If they were responsible for the construction and maintenance of the sidewalks and streetlights on their own roads and multi-use paths, then we wouldn't be getting into this. And I know just from our last conversation that they're still reviewing it together with streetlights, but I haven't had a recent update yet. So hopefully that helps.
Okay.
Sir Neil?
And like I get complaints, like right now on Cherry Down here in Oshawa, like Rogers Cable have completely ruined that whole sidewalk. Well, that's not a regional road. It's not. Just to fix our sidewalks back up. And that's going on right as I speak today on Cherry Down. It's a total mess. So, I mean, there's a lot of, should I say, side maintenance costs, not just laying a brand new sidewalk, but looking after it for years and years after that, especially when the utility companies and whoever drive over it, crack it. We're the ones that are looking after it through the next 50 years or so. And it's really not right that it should be at the municipal level anymore, on the regional roads especially. So I'll just leave it at that. But
thank you.
You can take a look at Cherry Down today, and it's terrible.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Neil. Madam Clerk?
Further speakers?
Okay. So, folks, Councillor Nicholson has stated his questions have been asked and answered in regards to CNCL 20-28 and CNCL 2029. Madam Clerk, I'm wondering if we could take a vote on CNCL 20-28. Any opposed? Please say so now. Madam Clerk, none. On CNCL 20-29, any opposed? Madam Clerk, seeing none.
Hello?
Just give us a moment, please. So I need a motion, Councillor Chapman, to rise from Committee of the Whole, please.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mayor Pietri, that we rise and ratify the actions taken in the Committee of the Whole.
Any opposed, please indicate at this time. Madam Clerk, hearing that there is none. Can I have a motion to ratify the actions taken in the Committee of the Whole, Councillor Chapman? Oh, we did it? Okay. Right. Okay, just give me a sec, folks. Thank you to everybody for your patience. I greatly appreciate it. Councillor Chapman has a motion to adopt all items on the closed consent agenda. Is that correct, sir?
Yep. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Giverson, that all items listed under the heading of closed consent agenda for the April 27, 2020 council meeting be adopted as recommended, and will pull DS-20-50 to honor Councillor Hurst's declaration.
Mr. Mayor, I have an item to pull, and that's...
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Mayor Pietri.
Thank you. That happens to be item CNCL 2022.
CNCL 2022, is that correct, Councillor Mayor Pietri?
It is, dealing with report in 2013.
Okay. On the remainder, any opposed, please?
I have another poll.
What poll would you like?
CNCL 2021, the Oshawa General is seeking reimbursement of lost advertising revenue.
That's a referral, you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So it's a referral. It's just being referred to staff.
And I can give timing and direction, right?
Yes. Yes, you can.
I'd like to put DS 2053, the Canadian Flight Academy lease update.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Councillor Mayor Pietri, he pulled the finance.
2022. That's correct. Okay.
Okay,
So
I'd like to speak to that one. Thanks.
okay. Yeah, it's done. On the remainder, any opposed? Being none, that carries.
May I suggest, Your Worship, because 20-50 was only pulled for a recorded vote, that we could have that vote before we go into close?
Sure. I don't have a problem with that. We could ask for a recorded vote to honor Councillor Hurst's declarations of pecuniary interest. Madam Clerk, when you're ready, could we do that, please? Yes, 2050.
Councillor Chapman?
Yes.
Councillor Giverson?
Yes.
Councillor Gray?
Yes.
Councillor Hurst has a declaration. Councillor Kerr?
Yes.
Councillor Mayor Pietri?
Yes.
Councillor Marks?
Yes.
Councillor McConkey?
Yes.
Councillor Neal?
Yes.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Mayor Carter?
Yes.
That's 10 affirmative.
And affirmative, that passes. So we'll need a motion to go into closed session to deal with CNCL 2021, ES 20-53, and CNCL 2022. So before I ask for a motion, members of council, although we are meeting electronically, we are all subject to the provision of the Municipal Act and the Council Code of Conduct with respect to closed meeting discussions and confidential material. When you are called upon, please confirm that you are the only person at your location with access to the closed portion of the meeting and related closed items. Madam Clerk, when you're ready,
Electric knife is great to use for whitefish because they're bony. So I'll go down a bit. Try not to get into the stomach content here. And then I'll just go up the side and follow that backbone. So basically what we're doing is we're cutting the fish in half, if you want to call that. We're filleting them. And then you want to point your knife down as you get towards the tail. And there you have one side of fillet right here with some ribs, and we'll trim that up. And what you do here is you just flip the fish over and you do the same thing on the other side. So we'll start behind the fin, all the way down, and then follow that backbone. You'll get a good angle here of the backbone. So I'm following this line here. It's kind of an invisible line, but I kind of use the fin as my guideline. And I want to just stay on this side of the fin so I don't go through it. You see the scales coming off. Some people descale fish. I don't do it. It's kind of messy, but if you want to keep the skin on and you're going to bake it, it's a good way of doing it. So again, just point the knife down towards the tail as you get towards the end, and then come on out. Then you have a nice fillet there like that. As you can see, all the remains are still in the fish. So we take that, we'll just put it aside. We'll just wipe that off. So now we want to trim it. So I'm going to be taking the skin off and the bones out. And that's the tricky part. It's a lot of emails I get is how do you get the Y bone out? So let's take this one right here. There's no rib cage left on it, which is great. There's still a Y bone, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the skin off first before you take the Y bone out. It's a lot easier to take it off that way. So take the skin off. I cut a little notch here so I get my finger in there. And then just start running the knife down, pointing towards the skin. Let the knife do the work. When you use an electric knife, it does the work for you. You just kind of go along with it. So keep doing that. And there you go. So now we have the skin right off of the fish. Just like that. We just throw that out. And now, last step is you'll have a Y bone. So this is where some people kind of get scared. I don't know what to do. Some people might leave it in. I take it out. My kids eat the fish and I don't like having bones in my fish. So I'll take it out, and a quick way of doing it is I'll show you right here. So the Y bones, as you run your finger along the side here, you'll feel it. You can almost hear it too. I don't know if you can hear it on the camera, but it goes all the way down to about halfway through the fish, or about here. And the bones run towards the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow that line. I'm going to cut on the inside of it, so the stomach side of it. So you just basically take a quick cut right here on the side. So now I cut along this side. Now the bone's still on here, so what I'm going to do is cut a nice little V on here. And just follow that down, kind of an even spread. You know, you do waste a little bit, but not much, because all in here is all bones, and you can't really eat that. And then as you can see, this is a fillet with boneless fillet whitefish. And now you could cut that up, you could deep fry it. And a good note for you guys, if you're gonna be transporting this fish somewhere, I'm not, I'm at home now. I'm gonna be putting this in the freezer, probably in the fridge actually, and then in the barbecue. Always leave a piece of skin on it. And the reason for that, it doesn't matter if you're fishing Lake Simcoe or any other lake, you need to leave skin on the fish if you're transporting it anywhere. That's just so the Ministry of Natural Resources, if you ever get pulled over and asked questions on what kind of fish did you catch, they can identify the species of fish and then where they caught it, right? So make sure you do that if you're transporting fish. If not, take the skin off and you're good to go. So let's continue on here. Almost there, getting the skin off. Again, keep that knife pointed down, right up to the top. And there you go, just like that. And again, you don't need the skin. Put that away. And sometimes, as you get bigger whitefish, you're gonna see a lot of fat on the back. Just cut that out. It's normal, nothing wrong with it. Just, I don't eat it, some people might. Just cut it out and trim it off. And this one has a little bit on here, as you can see, a little bit of white fat. And as they get bigger, there's more of that. So I just trim that out. So I'll just take the back here, trim a nice even side of it. And now we're to the Y bone again. So like I said before, lay your fish down flat, however is easier for you. I always take my finger, I run it because I want to make sure exactly where it is. I see it there, and on the bigger fish again, you will see that bone stick out a lot more. So as I feel it here, I'll go right to the end. Okay, there it is. And I'll just run my knife down as close as I can from the belly side up. And move down. So there you go. So I got this. So this side's all boneless here. There's still some bone here. So again, I'm going to cut that V out. So I'm going to cut it kind of on an angle a bit because those bones run towards the back. And here you go. And this is where an electric knife is great because it'll cut right through it, not a problem. You can do the same thing with just a hand knife. Make sure it's really sharp that you throw out. And there you have it. A boneless whitefish fillet right from Lake Simcoe. It doesn't get any fresher than this, I'm telling you. Go out there, go fishing, catch some whitefish, keep a couple. That's what it's there for. And enjoy it as you're eating dinner with your kids. I just want to talk to you about what we're using here today to catch these whitefish. So I got a medium light rod, and then I have 10-pound braid tied on there. And then at the end of my braid, I have about a 6-foot fluorocarbon leader. That's 8 pounds also. Very important to use a fluorocarbon leader because Lake Simcoe's got clear water, and these fish get spooked easily. So if you don't have clear line, it might kind of deter them from biting your lure. So make sure you have some fluorocarbon leader at the end of that. And what I'm using here is, I don't know if you ever watched our ice fishing episode with James Meigs, but he makes these lures here. They're called Meigs jigs. And basically, as you can see, it looks like a goby or feeding minnow. And when you're jigging this, it kind of has a tail up like that. So we put a little small tube at the end of this to kind of get some more attractant. And the fish come up because whitefish feed on bottom usually when they're feeding, and they'll see this as you're jigging, just slight jigs, just make sure that nose is digging down in the dirt, and they'll come up and suck that up. Today, what I've noticed is these fish are kind of coming off the bait from the bottom and chasing up. So I put a small hook here, and this kind of called like a drop shot rig. So if you ever bass fish and use drop shots, it's the exact same thing, except you're using a Meigs jig on the bottom and your small hook up here. And I just put a piece of grub up here. You could put a minnow, whatever you feel like. I got a green one, it seemed to work. I got a couple fish on it. And that just gives them an extra, you kind of give them an extra option of what to eat. So if they're kind of scared of the bottom and it's maybe a little bit too big of a bait, you see this kind of floating on top, they'll just eat that and you're good to go. So give that a try. Come out here, enjoy the spring whitefish season. Let's get back some fishing action. Coming up next, more whitefish action on the way on Fishing Lake Simcoe. Beautiful, beautiful whitefish.
They served to protect our homes. Now many are homeless. They fought for our way of life. Now many are fighting personal battles of their own. They answered the call for our country. Now we honor them by serving our communities. Help us help Canada's veterans. Become a Legion member today.
I'm Jennifer. And I'm Allison. We are so excited to be back for another season of The Parenting Show.
Yes, and the topics for this round are things like the infiltration of tech in the family, ways for parents to prevent underage drinking, good old sibling fighting and rivalry, and how to handle those nasty power struggles in the family.
And it's a great way for you to realize that you are not alone. It's all right here on Rogers TV.
All right, guys. Well, we moved to our third spot and didn't take too long. Got one hooked up here. Feels pretty good too. They all feel good when the rod's bent like that. Oh, I love these whitefish. You know, it's just jigging with the Meigs jig on the bottom. I don't know if you hit the high hook or the Meigs jig, but we'll see. Oh, he's pulling line. There he is, coming up. Nice whitefish, look at that. And there you go. Beautiful, beautiful whitefish. Oh, let's put it down here. Let some line out and I'll show you guys just exactly. Oh, there you go. Hooks out, that's always good. These crane are so slippery and to get a hold of them, it's pretty hard. But this is a nice natural again. Yeah, another natural whitefish. This is great. I love seeing reproduction in this lake, the natural whitefish. Healthy population of whitefish here on Simcoe. They still stock about, I think, over 100,000 a year of whitefish. So the way you can tell is, I've said it before on the show, is you can see by their fin clip. So they'll have 1 or 2 fins clipped, and then you can go online and check what year that fish was stocked. So it's kind of neat to see how old the fish grew, and you know, you see some 10-year-old fish, and it's quite amazing. This is a nice eater, great size for the smoker. Nothing wrong with this at all. See their mouth there. Even though they do have I think they have a small mouth, they'll still get a big bait in there and eat that. A very unique mouth, that's for sure. They're just a beautiful fish. I just love it. Tastes good. They look good. The bugs are bad, but I mean, we're putting up with it. Trying to get some fish topside here. This is my second fish of the day. I missed a few. I missed one halfway up and lots of bites. I'm just trying to figure out exactly how they want these baits. But just stick to it, be patient, and keep moving spot to spot, and you'll find some active fish. So that's the key today. We moved about 4 times just to try to find some active fish, and we're getting it done. Hey guys, well, we're just heading in now. This concludes our whitefish spring fishing. You know, I had a great time out here. Caught a nice couple fish today. You know, we had to move a couple different spots, working off the shoals, you know, kind of always being persistent, and don't stay put in one spot. Kind of, you know, pick a shallow spot, then maybe move a little bit deeper. Try to find these active fish. We marked fish all day, they just weren't biting too much. And that's the way it is sometimes. You just got to go with it and keep moving around, find some active fish. You know, last week we were out with Chris Dauber. I had some boat issues, we had to cut the day short, but we still managed a nice big whitefish. And yeah, so it's good that way. Showed you guys how to fillet a fish, showed you guys how to come out here and catch them yourself. So hopefully you enjoyed the show. I enjoyed making it. Till next time, I'm Justin Gerard, and you're watching Fishing Lake Simcoe. Sun's not even coming up yet. We're marking lots of fish. There's a fish right there, actually. There you go. All right, well, how's that for an intro? Hey guys, still trying to catch another fish here. So while we're waiting for that, I had a lot of inquiries. Hey guys, we're gonna take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh, yummy.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media.
As a Senior Support Coordinator at Durham Regional Police, I have the privilege of working with seniors and the organizations that serve them. Join me, Sergeant Deborah Anderton, along with Constable Darrell Rice on Seniors Talk, as we put the spotlight on the issues that matter most to seniors and their families. Safety, wellness, and family responsibilities are just some of the challenges that we'll tackle on Seniors Talk only on Rogers TV.
Do you worry about how much someone drinks?
Do you feel angry or depressed most of the time? Do you feel neglected or unloved?
Do you feel that if the drinker loved you, she or he would stop drinking?
If you answered yes to any of these questions, you are not alone.
Not everyone trapped by alcohol is an alcoholic.
Families and friends are suffering too. Al-Anon and Alateen can help. Call 1-866-200-0223 or visit alanon.org/help.
This is Rogers TV. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
It is April 21st, 2020. This is your COVID-19 local update. I'm Deborah Hutchison in the Rogers TV studio. Joining us later on in the show via video is the co-owner of a local brew house that is now producing hand sanitizer. But first, we're joined by registered dietitian Carol Harrison. Carol, as families are being asked to shop less and less, I guess the real challenge is to find healthy food that has a longer shelf life. As well, and you have some ideas for us today.
I do. I heard in the news that bean sales were up 500 to even 1,000%. And anecdotally, I think we're all seeing that in the stores. They're just flying off the shelves. And I thought, what could I do to help? Maybe I'll offer you a TV segment and share some ideas on what to do with those beans in your pantry. So like you said, you can make fewer trips to the grocery store, make better use of what you have on hand.
Well, as you said, beans, you can do so much with them. I'm more familiar with the beans in the can. Dried beans, they present a challenge all on their own too.
Yeah, but I'd love to show you, how you can use the dried. And if you can make rice, you can cook beans from dried as well. They're so easy. And Ontario actually is a prime bean growing region. We grow loads of beans in southern Ontario, but we export about 80% of them. So it's a great local food, and we could certainly be eating a lot more of this food here at home in the province.
Okay, let's start. Step one.
So you did mention canned beans you're very familiar with, and so I've got canned here on set. These are some black beans. Just a reminder, they're ready to go, they're cooked, ready to eat. All you need to do is rinse them. So don't worry. These days, if they've got salt or they don't have salt, if you can find beans, they're always one of the best healthy buys in the grocery store. Rinse them and they're ready to go. So in a colander, and then you can put them in your soups and your salads, wherever you like to use them. If you want to get recipes, you can always go to ontariobeans.on.ca, loads of recipes. So canned is easy, right? The dried, like you said, presents a little bit of a challenge just because I think we're not familiar with it. But once you once you do it once or twice, you got it, you figured it out, and it's easy. So I'm going to walk you through the 3 steps. So easy. But then you can ask me any questions you have.
Okay.
So you always want to start step number 1 with a quick look at your beans. Any cracked or shriveled ones, toss them. So those get discarded. I've already done that. I've got 1 cup of beans here that goes in the pot. And the ratio is always 3 to 1. So it's a 3 to 1 ratio of water to beans. And I'm sorry, I skipped after I mentioned, after you discard any of the dried or shriveled ones, you want to rinse them. So these have been rinsed. And now I'm going in with 3 cups of water. So that's the 3 to 1 ratio. And you're basically hydrating them because they're dried, right? So you've got a big pot because they're going to swell, and you've got a couple options for soaking now. So the second step, soaking, and you can leave them overnight, or you can even soak them in the morning. Come dinner time, they're ready to cook. That's one method. So a longer, say 8, 10 hour, 12 hour even soak is great. The other thing you can do is a quick soak. So you put them on the stove with the lid on it, bring it to a boil, and then take it off the heat, leave it for an hour. Now they're ready to cook.
That's not that long, Carol.
Well, you still have to cook them, so they've been soaked.
Right.
But it's not a lot of work when you think about it. I mean, even when we're post-COVID, if you got up in the morning, you put 3 cups of water and a cup of beans in a pot and then went off to work and came back for supper, then they're ready to cook. That's very easy to do. And the cooking is just on the stove for about an hour, bring it to a boil, cover, drop it down to a simmer, and when they're fork tender, they're good to go. So now you know.
And is that any type of bean, whether it's red kidney or the white beans? What about the navy beans?
Yes, that's the same thing. It's always that 3-to-1 ratio. So after you've soaked them, you drain them, put them in a pot again with that 3-to-1 water to bean ratio. So if they've swollen up and they're bigger size, you measure them out. If you've got extra beans, more water, just remember the 3-to-1 ratio, you're good. Even when you're cooking, if you like as well, I've got some onions and some little cloves of garlic and even bay leaves here. These are all things you can add to the water when you're cooking, so you can flavor your beans and it'll get infused with those flavors and just add that much more pizzazz to your bean dish.
So let me ask you, why then do you discard the cracked ones or the shriveled ones? Do they not rehydrate as well as the others?
Yeah, and then, they would cook at different temperatures. The shriveled ones, to be honest with you, they would probably take longer to cook as well. So you might have some ones that are tougher and more starchy, and you really don't want that. And honestly, I find there's not an awful lot that I end up discarding. Like it's just a few here and there. If you've got kids at home, it's a great thing for the kids to do. Give them a bowl of beans and let them pick out all the cracked and shriveled ones.
That sounds like a plan. Okay, so you have your beans. What comes to mind when I think of what can I make with beans? Well, it's always chili.
That's right. And I never tire of chili. I love chili. You know what's great about it? It's just like a can of this, a can of that. You don't really need a recipe. I mean, if you kind of have the idea, I buy my ground beef, I cook it down. I will add different beans depending on what I have on hand. Again, these are times when we just have to be flexible and adaptable. There's no harm in putting like white kidney, red kidney, pinto beans, even, the black beans. They're all great in the chili, any kind of veggies you have on hand as well. Put it in the chili, and chili will freeze for a few months. So for any folks that are finding some days you just can't face cooking dinner because you're just overwhelmed by the stress of what's going on, or just homeschooling your kids and trying to get some work done, I really encourage people, make an extra batch and freeze it.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question here. When we think of beans, there is a product of eating a lot of beans, and that, I guess, would be, I'm going to say it, gas. What do you say to people that are concerned that really don't eat beans on a regular basis but want to give this a try?
Well, it's the thing probably lots of people are wondering about. So let's talk about it. Of course, anytime you increase the fiber in your diet, whether it's from beans or from other foods, you will, not everybody, but some people experience having more gas, which can be uncomfortable as well, to have that bloating. And what usually happens is after, say, 3 to 4 weeks, it settles down once your body gets used to having extra fiber. So just give it a little bit of time, but know that not everybody is going to have extra gas. Some people might not. And I read some literature just before we came on, and there might be differences between certain types of beans. So you can play around with different types of beans if it's a problem for you and see, are there certain beans that maybe you tolerate a little bit better. But what I would suggest to people is give it a few weeks. And always when you're increasing fiber in your diet, you want to go kind of like lower and slower. So you don't just start eating 2 cups of beans like every day. You add like maybe a half or a quarter cup and give that a few weeks for your body to just adjust. But it's so important to get that extra fiber. We know it helps with maintaining our blood sugars. It's good for heart health. It helps us to feel full longer. So there's a lot of health benefits. Just ride out those couple weeks. I just say take the dog for a walk, maybe after you have your
Okay, some great advice. All right, so chili is what we usually think of. Well, many of us think of when we're trying to decide what to make with beans. What are some other non-traditional ideas?
Yeah. Okay, I've got a few other ideas, but I just want to highlight what you can do with leftover chili as well. So
okay.
Just a few ideas. I've got teenagers, they're not getting up early, they're having brunch, they're not really having breakfast. So you could put a fried egg on chili, that would make a great meal. You can bake a potato and then put the leftover chili on a baked potato, top it with whatever you have on hand, green onions or cheese, or if you've got sour cream. And you could dress it up. You could also make nachos if you're having a movie night. Put the chili on your nachos. That's another great idea. And the last tip is to smear a little bit on your grilled cheese sandwiches or in your quesadillas. It makes it really delicious. So that's 4 different things you can do with your leftover chili.
I'm all for the potato and the chili.
Yes, or home fries as well, right? Just a bowl of home fries and just dump some chili on top and melt some cheese. That's a great meal. That's a great meal. So what else could you do with beans, you were asking? Well, I've got on set here, and I know I've got lots of things here, a bean dip, a white bean dip. So if you could make a smoothie, you can make a bean dip. We all love hummus, and most of us do anyway. So it's not a big stretch to just, instead of using chickpeas, just use maybe beans, like these are white beans. So beans, olive oil, lemon, garlic, jalapeno. I didn't have jalapeno, but I went in my pantry and I found I had these chilies, canned chilies, and I thought, that'll work. It's adding some heat. So again, we want to be flexible, use what we have on hand. Blitz that up and use any raw veggies that you have. You could also, in addition to using it as a dip, think of it as a spread. So if you've got wraps, you could use it as a spread for a wrap as well. Really, really delicious.
Oh, you know, I really miss having you here in the studio, Carol, because I got to test all of these wonderful recipes.
Well, I've got, I think you might like this. If any folks at home love to make guacamole, I've got an avocado here on set. Just take a handful of black beans and throw it in with your guacamole. If you love salsa, take some beans, any kind of beans you have, and just mix it in with your salsa. It's just going to add a lot more sort of like filling factor with the protein and the fiber in it. It just makes it more interesting as well. Great way to extend, you know, our food dollar, make it more of a meal. So there's the bean dip is one, the guacamole is another idea, and I've got on set here a smoothie. Can you see the smoothie here?
I can see the smoothie. I would never think of putting beans in a smoothie, Carol.
I'm telling you, you just blitz. So these are white kidney beans that have been added to the ingredients that I have here to make a cranberry orange smoothie. And when you blitz the beans in, trust me, you don't really taste the bean taste. It just gets thicker and fuller and sort of more lush. I've got cranberries frozen, which is great because we're all trying to use frozen fruit more often. The fresh goes so quick in the house. Cup of kidney beans, an orange, a banana. My bananas, seem to have lots of like overripe bananas. They go in the freezer. A banana, cup of milk, half a cup of yogurt, Greek yogurt. And you can get this recipe again at the ontariobeans.on.ca website. But that's, you know, you can't really go wrong with smoothies too much. And yes, it's so delicious. You don't taste the beans. I'll taste it for you.
Okay, taste it for me, because I'm just thinking I would like that right about now. We've got only about a minute and a half left. I wanted to ask you about canned versus dry, and people that are watching their sodium, you know, would perhaps opt for the dry, but you say rinsing the canned takes away a lot of that sodium, yes?
Yes. So if sodium's an issue for you, so you've got high blood pressure and you really got to keep an eye on it, you could try to find the salt-free. And if you can't find that, yes, you can go with the dry. But if you just buy the regular canned beans and you rinse the salt off and the liquid, that's removing 40% of the sodium. So that's significant. And again, these days, you know, beans are such a good nutritious staple. That's not the food I would probably be worried about in terms of getting too much salt in my diet, especially when you rinse them off. It's probably more like the ready-to-eat packaged foods, the salty snacks. That's the thing that I would say, maybe if sodium's a really issue for you, you want to find out the places where you're getting most of your salt and not a lot of nutrition and cut back there.
And read the labels. We've only got about 30 seconds left, Carol, but read the labels, right? Because every brand is different.
Yes, and if sodium's an issue, and if it's not really an issue for you, again, just buy the beans. They're the best healthy buy in the grocery store, and not to worry about the sodium otherwise.
Okay, Carol Harrison, thank you so much for joining us. Stay with us. When we return, we're talking to All or Nothing Brewhouse.
This program is brought to you by Ignite TV. Now you're in command. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Good evening, 007.
Tell me what you know, James Bond.
You light the fuse on any explosive situation?
Got your attention.
007 license to kill. Is this really what you want? Living in the shadows? Always alone?
I don't stop to think about it.
Joining us now is Jeff Dornan, All or Nothing Brew House in Oshawa. Hi, Jeff, welcome.
Hi, how are you today?
We're good. You are one busy brew house, not making beer these days, but making hand sanitizer.
Yeah, we're excited to do our part to keep the Durham region healthy.
So tell us, how did this all happen?
When the COVID-19 virus started making its rounds, I guess 4 to 6 weeks ago, us as a business, trying to figure out how we're going to survive and how we can help and be part of the community. We were very fortunate to have a 4,000 liter distillery on site. It came with a brewery that we had purchased a few years ago, and we hadn't had it hooked back up when we moved from their original location of Oakville back to our home turf of Oshawa last year through our expansion. And we said, let's get this distillery hooked back up. Ethanol is the core component of hand sanitizer, and we can make a lot of it. So that's kind of what started the conversation. Was really, there was obviously a need. We had the supply chain and everything else to support that, and so we said let's roll up our sleeves and get it done. So we found our friends in the trades that we use, and everyone kind of dropped everything in over a matter of a couple days. We got our equipment reassembled and hooked up to our steam lines, and got all the raw ingredients on order. We had to fly yeast in from California. You get sugar, large amounts of sugar, and we ordered 6,000 kilograms of table sugar to start. So it was a very kind of monumentous project, but we got through it, and we're now distilling typically 7 days a week, at least 16 hours a day, which has been really, really exciting to be able to do our small part in the Durham region to help out.
So you mentioned that you enlisted a whole bunch of friends to help you reinstall the distillery. Many of us don't realize what a big accomplishment that was. You had to pull in a lot of different trades, you said.
Yeah, we had our friends at Lit Electrical. They do all of our electrical work for us, so they had to get the control panel hooked back up. We had a steam fitter in to get all the steam piping hooked up, because that's how the unit is heated. We have to heat the essentially liquor, or a 7 or 8% wash, as we call it. We heat it up, and then it goes through our distillation column. So steam is a critical component for it. Then obviously the raw ingredients. We had to reach out to our bakery suppliers and some of our other suppliers for just raw ingredients, being sugar and different things. Yeast. We can't turn sugar water into alcohol without our little yeast friends. So we had to bring in a special strain of yeast that distillers normally use, something we wouldn't normally carry on site. So we had to air freight that in from California, from a lab there.
But why California? Why California, Jeff? Why did you have to go all the way to California for the yeast?
It's one of the largest yeast suppliers, and so just getting a specialty strain that they've produced for a number of years was really, really critical. It's not something that's carried everywhere normally. Some distillers will use it, but having specific yeast strains can really help the brewing process. So we wanted to reach out to kind of the leaders in the field, a company called White Labs, to really kind of help support us, and they gave us a bunch of expertise on the fastest way to convert the sugar water to the ethanol. We would normally start with grain. As you're making whiskey or gin or anything like that, you would start with distiller's barley or two-row grain, different natural products, not unsimilar to sugar, but a little bit of a different process. So we had to get educated on that and reach out to some folks for some education. So that was another another milestone we had to conquer to move forward with the project.
Yeah, a real quick learning curve, was it not?
Yeah, we had to do a lot of learning really fast, a lot of quick phone calls, a lot of after-hour phone calls. It was I don't want to say it was a lot of fun, but it was a good challenge, and we wanted to rise to it and really get product out that people needed. The need for hand sanitizers is real, as we obviously see in the media. Personal protective equipment is obviously in short supply. Obviously, supply is getting better as supply chains get started to gear up like us. We can start making more of this stuff at home in Canada and not have to import it from other countries, which is fantastic.
And you say you're running about 16 hours a day. Are you sleeping there some nights?
Yeah, my brother is who's my business partner. He's taken up a cot in our basement to essentially sleep here overnight on the nights that we need to have the capacity to run the still a little longer. So we keep adding to his little cot. He's now got a nice little newer mattress on it and a nice sleeping bag now. So he's slumming it, but not he's not on the cold concrete floor anymore. So we're making a little better for him.
Okay, well that's a good thing. So 16 hours a day producing hand sanitizer. How much hand sanitizer then are you producing and sending out to the front line?
We've produced roughly about 75,000 cans over the last, I want to say 3 or 4 weeks that we've distributed out to the Durham region. So quite a staggering amount of units. The product has gone out to anywhere from nursing care folks that go into care for elderly or maybe someone that's come back from surgery, to fire department, police, nurses, dentist's office, optometrist offices, right down to the local mechanic shop. Everyone needs this stuff to keep their hands clean if they don't have access to soap and water. And so we're trying to keep as many frontline and essential workers healthy and able to continue to work and take care of us as a society. So it's been amazing.
You mentioned that it's being shipped out in cans, like the cans you would put your beer in?
Yes. We obviously were a brewery first and foremost, and that's our core love here at All or Nothing. But with having a packaging line, the fastest and easiest way for us to package this product to get it out to the end consumer is through our beer cans. And so we've been canning it into 296 ml beer cans. So little shot can sort of thing, and they're kind of a good refill to dump into an existing spray or pump bottle. And it's been really, really well received. People typically have a few kind of bottles hanging around underneath their kitchen sink, and they simply wash them out and dump this in, and they got a brand new bottle of hand sanitizer to use on the road or at home or wherever they may need it.
I was thinking, how difficult would it have been for you to get the plastic bottles?
Bottles are tricky, and it would be a huge, no pun intended, bottleneck for us to get a good automated line. These equipment takes months or years to get fabricated, depending on the scale. And so for us to tool up to be able to fill them in an automated manner at the speed of which we're able to do with our cans is just not feasible in the near term. So it's been great to be able to kind of jerry-rig our canning line to be able to run this solution through it. So that's been a nice blessing in disguise to allow us to help more folks.
So I have to ask you, what's its name? Do you have a trademark name for this hand sanitizer?
We unfortunately are not able to put our typical craft beer spin on the product. Health Canada has very strict guidelines on how to produce the product. Labeling is obviously a core component of it as well. So it's simply called All or Nothing 65% hand sanitizer. So it gets right to the point and tells you what it is.
Well, there you go. So how did you reach out and then, I guess, grow your clientele for the hand sanitizer?
How to reach out to the folks. We had a lot of people follow up with us on social media, emails, phone calls. We got a little bit of initial media inquiries, and that really kind of snowballed the whole thing and really created a bit of a tsunami where we were receiving hundreds of inquiries a day. That kind of snowed us over for several days, trying to dig out and trying to respond to everyone. We don't like to not respond to people's messages. And so that took a while to get through all that. And now we're kind of we've got a good system going on that now. And so now we're actually trying to reach out to the general public to get more of this product into to folks' hands. A lot of the frontline workers are now starting to get their own supplies through the hospitals and such. And so now we're trying to turn to the general public. You can't go out and buy it at Loblaws or different places on a regular basis, and so we're trying to help be that local source for the Durham region, so they can pick up a little 4-pack at our curbside pickup. They order online, and we have it ready for them. We just quietly launched it yesterday, and we'll be making a formal announcement today, actually, on that, which will be exciting.
Okay, today we are talking to you April 21st, 2020, so we look forward to that official announcement. You've had a lot of very positive feedback on social media. How does that make you feel?
We are very appreciative of the kind words. It's what continues to drive us and allow us to work so many long hours. We just really appreciated all the warm, kind words, and it's from Durham and specifically Oshawa and really just across Canada. It's been fantastic, and we just really love seeing the community come together and people cheering each other on for success and getting through this pandemic together. It's been fantastic.
So once I guess the pandemic is over, whenever that is, will you be in any rush to tear down that distillery, or is it here to stay?
We've joked that we might stay in the craft sanitizer business. I don't think it's a category that existed previously.
Pardon me.
But in all joking aside, we would love to never have to make hand sanitizer again. It was never our goal to be in this space. We love making craft beer, all different innovative flavors, and really having folks into our tap room for a beer or hanging out on our patio. We're just really excited to get back to the way it was before and not have to pursue hand sanitizer going forward. It's not a fun product like our craft beer is, and really bringing community together. Hand sanitizer kind of pushes everyone away, so we want to bring a product back out that brings the community together and brings some fun to a Saturday afternoon. Well,
here's fingers crossed that it won't be that long until you can. Talk about the history of All or Nothing. How long have you been in business, and how did that all come about?
My brother and I started the business in Oshawa on the South End around 6.5 years ago. We started at what was called a contract brewery, so we were brewing our beer at other people's facilities. And we did a kind of a proof of concept for a couple of years. We had a small office, and we hit a crossroad in our business where we either had to kind of build a brewery or acquire a brewery, and we ended up purchasing a brewery or merged with a brewery in Oakville, and that took us from Oshawa out to Oakville for a few years and cleaned that business up and rebuilt it. And our goal and our passion was always to be in the Durham region. Oshawa we view as home, and we wanted to put strong roots down here for many years to come. And the opportunity came to move into the old Ritson Road beer store that had been closed for about 8 years. And we put together a whole plan, and it ended up securing the building and moving our business back here to Oshawa in the late part of 2018. We essentially took over an abandoned building that had been effectively gutted. Everything was circa 1950 when it was originally built, and so we had to essentially rebuild the building from the ground up. We were under construction for 7 days a week for 6 months straight, cleaning, painting, reassembling, you name it, we had to get it done. And at the end of all of that, last year on June 1st, we had our grand reopening in Oshawa, and we've been thrilled with the support and excitement from the Durham region and Oshawa ever since. And business has been very strong. Yeah, we've been very thankful for everyone's excitement and people wanting to come hang out and support us, and we really appreciate that and look forward to many years of that ahead. Okay. Jeff Dornan from All or Nothing Brewhouse on Ritson in Oshawa. Thanks so much for joining us. Our thanks also to Carol Harrison for joining us. Until the next time, thanks for watching. Stay home, stay safe. Cheers.
Call the Rogers TV viewer response line, email us, or connect with us on social media. You're watching Rogers TV. The opinions expressed in the following program are those of the participants and do not necessarily reflect those of Rogers nor Rogers TV.
It is April 21st, 2020. This is